Welcome to the I Am Mom Summit, Parenting in the Digital Age. I am your host, Jessie Miller, and I can't wait to learn along with you. Okay, before we get started, I want to give you guys a little bit of help there at home when you're looking at your screen, give you a little rundown. Okay, join us in the live stage below where you can chat with other attendees, speakers, and special guests. The live stage will follow the agenda posted on your screen. There are also 8 amazing sessions in our on-demand stage where you can click that link. We also want everyone watching from home to feel like you're here at the event with us, and we want to hear from you. So click on that chat box and get chatting. Tell us where you're from. Tell us why you're here, who you're excited to hear from. We also want you to use that when you have questions for different speakers, and we're going to be pulling questions from the chat for our Q&A in between the speaker sessions. So we want you to keep an eye especially on the chat during the last session of the summit, because we will be putting a question in the chat, and the first person to answer will win a free Gab device and 6 months of service. So now let's get into our first keynote, and I am sitting here with the CEO of Gab Wireless, Nate Randle, and more importantly, father of 4. Hi, Nate.
Hi, Jessie. It's good to be here.
Thanks for letting us come and be in the Gab Theater. I want to know, you heard about this year's summit, Parenting in the Digital Age, and you knew you wanted to be involved. Why?
Gab exists because we care about families, peace of mind for parents, and safe tech for kids. So if a group of parents, moms and dads, are going to get together to talk about how to protect their kids in this digital age with safe tech, we absolutely want to be a part of it.
Well, why are you so passionate about keeping kids safe in the digital age, and how is Gab Wireless doing that?
So I'll talk about me personally first. As a dad of 4, I believe our kids are getting crushed with digital phones, smartphones, and parental controls are not enough. So we're handing our kids smartphones too soon, and with my 4 kids, I've watched the impact and the dangers and addictions that happen with them, with their friends. It's a problem. So I care about it personally as a dad because I'm in the middle of it. I've got a 20-year-old, 17-year-old, 15-year-old, and 11-year-old. And I know the impact that it's having on my family. So we want to make a difference. Gab specifically is safe phones and watches. So with no internet, no social media, and no addictive games, we're creating a safe experience where kids can learn about tech with their parents, take safe steps into tech, learn how to text and talk and communicate before they take on all the different complexities of an adult smartphone.
I mean, what I love about that is, as parents, I feel like I'm not ready to dive into that and have my kids dive into it and answer their questions. So I love Gab as a parent, not just to protect them, but to help me as a buffer as I'm trying to figure out how to teach them. So
How many kids do you have?
I have 5.
5, and the oldest is?
13.
And the youngest?
3. She's really rude.
Mom.
She's so rude. I love today because I'm getting a break. It's great. She's the best. She's the best.
5 kids between 3 and 13.
Yeah.
This summit is...
Oh, it's for me because they also are being raised by screens. I'm like, it is like preschool on TV. It's fine, but it's not fine. So I'm excited for all of the things we're going to be learning in today's sessions. Okay, I want to know if you could share one parenting mistake you've learned as a parent with our audience today, what would it be?
So I consider this the biggest mistake I've made as a parent. Our oldest is 20. When she was 10, I was working at Nike, and it was a place that I'd wanted to work my entire career. Unfortunately, I was an average dad because I was traveling so much. Sporting events happen on the weekend. The Final Four, the Super Bowl, the Masters, it all happens on the weekend. So as much as I loved what I was doing, I was justifying working at Nike and being gone all the time because I was doing it for my family. The reality is I was doing it for myself. And so I made the decision in partnership with my wife that one way I could help connect with my kids a bit more was to give our oldest a smartphone so that I could FaceTime her when I was on the road.
Seems well-intentioned. Seems
it was.
a good
we had
reason.
Good intentions.
Yeah.
I wanted to be more present, but if I couldn't physically be there, then I wanted to digitally be there. So we gave her a smartphone. We put parental controls on it. I traveled with work, and I was gone for 6 or 7 days. And when I came home, my wife was devastated. And she said, wait until you see what's on your daughter's phone.
Your 10-year-old daughter.
Yeah. Man, 10 years later, it's still... my daughter went to a party, a birthday party, and the older brother at the birthday party thought my daughter was cute and asked for her phone number. My daughter innocently gave it, and the texts and images and videos that were sent to my daughter shortly after that completely took her innocence.
Wow.
And when I saw what was on her phone, I wasn't mad at her. I wasn't even mad at the 14-year-old, although...
I mean, you could be justified, a little angry.
But I was mad at me and the decision I had made that that was the way I needed to connect with my kid. So we have drastically changed how we manage digital and tech in our home now. But of all the mistakes I've made as a parent, that's the worst one I've ever made, and it has to do with these phones. These phones were not built with kids in mind. They were built for adults, and adults can't even manage them. We can't. I can't. So why would I ever think that my 10-year-old could manage an adult phone?
And it's so hard because it starts like that. It starts in a way that you're doing it to communicate. You want her to be able to FaceTime grandma and grandpa. You want them to be able to get a hold of them when they're after school, at their extracurriculars, and then things like this happen. So innocently, why would she think? Ugh.
And we want to trust that these parental controls will protect our kids. Our kids came into this world more digital savvy than we are. So when we put parental controls on, that's our excuse to check out. I put the parental controls on. And then we hand it to our kid and we turn our back and walk away. And then we can't believe that they've gotten around the parental controls.
Oh, I have a friend here today whose son goes in and can change the parental controls. And she's constantly like, where's my phone? Hold on. How did he update? How did he get this? You know? And he's a good kid. He's not getting into bad things, but you think you have control. You think that's safe enough, but it really isn't. Okay, what is one thing you hope the audience takes away from today's event?
You're not failing as a parent if you're challenged with these smartphones. Everyone is dealing with it. I don't care what rules you have in your home, the parameters you've set up, every parent is faced with the challenge of how do I manage this tech in my home?
Well, and tech changes daily.
Yes.
So the way you have to manage it is changing daily.
Absolutely. If you take the approach of I'm failing and you give up and say what choice do I have, you are setting your kid up for a disaster. It's not if, it's when.
Can we talk a little bit about this swimming analogy you shared yesterday? I was like,
yeah, so I'm simple-minded, so things and analogies or stories help me to realize the importance of what we're doing at Gab. Our kids, one of our biggest fears was swimming pools. If our kid, any one of them, goes to a neighbor swimming pool or a public swimming pool, the water slides, the worst case scenario, what if it happens? So my wife and I had a plan, swim lessons. This is the best swim instructor. We asked everyone. We don't miss swim lessons. We work family vacations and doctor's appointments around swim lessons. Then we go to swim lessons, and moms and dads, you've all experienced this. Often you don't drop them off. You sit poolside, you watch, you make sure that the proper instruction's taking place. Now your kid has received instruction. They're telling you they can swim. You've actually seen them swim, but you still don't trust them.
No.
So you go to the public pool and you have rules. And the rules are over the top. You have to have your floaties on. You have to have a life jacket on. You have to have your sunscreen on. You have to be in the shallow where mommy and daddy can see you.
I need to have eye contact with
Eye contact at all times. If you go out of sight, you let mom and dad know where you're going. You do not go near the deep end. If you go near the deep end, you have to have a brother or all these rules. But then we take a smartphone and we hand it to those same beautiful kids and we walk them down to the tech deep end and we push them in and we turn around and walk away because we put parental controls on it.
Yeah, there's a lifeguard. We're
and
fine.
When they're at the bottom of that tech danger, we are shocked that they're addicted or dealing with the dangers of those phones. And we all know the dangers. I don't need to list them off. But I talk to parents all the time. And then their feeling is, well, my child's already addicted or I've already lost them. So that one is what it is, but I'm going to move to the next one. I'm not going to let it happen with my next kid.
I can't fix this. I don't know what to do. I'm just going to try my best to try to do different. I'd like to take your swimming pool analogy even
absolutely.
more, because it's kind of also like there weren't swimming pools when our parents were raising us. You know, let's take it like that. It's all new to us, and we're seeing all of the other parents we respect doing the best they can, and these swimming pools are exciting and new, and we see the value to them. And their kids, they're just putting their kids in, and they're great parents. So we think it's fine. We can do that too. They're a great parent. I guess my kid can swim too. Let's throw them in. And that's kind of another issue that needs to change, is we need to kind of come together as parents, I would say, and say, whoa. There's a different way we need to be doing this.
Yes. So that the takeaway from that is, please don't give up. You have to stay engaged, and you can't count on the lifeguard to save your kid, somebody else to save your kid. You have to be involved. And there's so many moms here in the audience that I see on, whether it's social media or the events they're hosting or the summits they're going to, like this one today, where they're actively engaged. If you're actively engaged, you have a better shot of helping your kids have a healthy digital experience.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Nate. Thanks for
absolutely.
all of that, and for letting us come and be here today, and for all that you're doing in the digital safety world for our kids. Up next, we get to learn from Shawn Johnson, Andrew East, and Dr. Mona as they give us their advice on setting screen time boundaries. Hey, Doug. We didn't sing good things to each other.
Thank you, Jessie.
And a huge thanks to Gab Wireless for all the safe tech you're providing families and for making this event possible.
Welcome to the I Am Mom Summit, where you're going to hear about everything parenting. We love it. We're in the thick of it. We have 2 babies of our own. I am Shawn Johnson.
And I'm Andrew East.
And this is Dr. Mona, the actual genius who can answer all of your questions.
That's right. If you don't know, my wife, Shawn, beautiful wife, Shawn, was an Olympic gymnast, Dancing with the Stars champion, New York Times bestselling author. She's the coolest person I know.
My husband played in the NFL. He got his multiple degrees from Vanderbilt. He's a genius. And together we run Family Made Media Network. But the genius that we talked about, that we're talking to today, all about setting boundaries around screen time with your children, is Dr. Mona.
That's right. Dr. Mona is a board-certified general pediatrician and the host of the Peds Doc Talk podcast. She's a parenting coach and a mother herself. She's a 3-year-old, I think, who's in similar age to our 3-year-old. Yes. Very close. Mm-hmm. She's been featured on Parents.com, Good Morning America, ABC Nightly News, Romper, Condé Nast Traveler, the whole thing. She is big time, and she's here with us right now. So how are you doing, Doctor?
What an introduction. I am doing really well, and it's such an honor to be joining you both. I love the work that you do in the parenting space and in all that you do. So this is going to be a great conversation.
So I guess since the whole thing is about screen time, especially with children, let's get the big one out of the way, which is I feel like the most frequently thought or asked question to a peds doctor, which is how much screen time is appropriate?
Yeah, and I think this is a loaded question in terms of needing to know the age, right? Because it's really important to know that after 1, we can have these conversations about screens. And so people are often like, well, why can't we do it before 1? Is it really that bad? So this time is very critical. So the reason why that first year is so important to really not have that screen time use is this is when children are developing that foundation of language and learning from human faces in front of them and not on a screen. So the official AAP recommendation, which is the American Academy of Pediatrics, is that in children 18 months and younger, we want to only allow screens if it's video chatting. So people will ask, well, why is video chatting okay, but not, watching a TV show? So video chatting is beneficial because there is reciprocity, right? So your baby, just say who's 6-month-old, is talking to grandma, and grandma makes a little face, and then the baby will look at that face and maybe imitate the face back, right? There's reciprocity for that child, that infant, which is so important that we see our infant get in that first year of life. But a TV show will not always give that reciprocity, right? Because that person on the TV is not responding to the child. So the babbling back and forth, the grandma or whichever family member looking, is highly beneficial to the infant brain. And that is why video chatting is okay. Now, after 1, if your child is starting to wave, point, say some words, show some receptive language, like they hear you, they're turning to their name, you can decide to, change those rules a little bit with what the AAP recommended, and you can decide to start co-watching with your child. What this means is just say your child is 13, 14 months and is pointing or starting to say some words, you can watch a show with your child and do something called joint attention, which is where you and your child are watching a TV show together. You're pointing out a duck on the TV. The duck goes quack, quack. So you're promoting language development via a toy, quote unquote, which is the screen. This is a way that we can use screens in a healthy way under that 18-month mark. But we really want to keep in mind the child's development, right? Like, I think there needs to be some boundaries there because we don't want to just put the screen for hours on end. We're not having face-to-face contact, all of that. But this is what we can do in that 1 year to 18-month range to really help them maximize the development, but utilize screens as a vehicle. I used screens when my son was 14 months. He got his first illness. There was no other way that I would have survived the illness or him without the screens, right? It is a really useful thing when you're stuck indoors. Now, after 2, we want to make some common sense rules for your family. So recommendation is 1 hour a day. So we are maximizing play, other activities. However, you think about the weekend or a day that your kid is sick or maybe, a special event. You can decide as a family, okay, my child got a lot of outdoor play today. My child got a lot of playtime with me today. It's okay if I go over the hour recommendation. Remember, screen time guidance from the AAP is recommendations, but every family is going to look different, right? Maybe you are a single parent watching this and you don't have the resources to be able to do one-on-one play the whole day because you have to cook dinner or something else. You're going to maximize play out of a screen. But if you need to utilize your screen, you're going to create common sense guidelines and boundaries that make sense for your resources while prioritizing outdoor play, indoor physical activity, puzzles, cognitive activities, that are really important for that toddler brain, family time, but looking at the big picture, looking at your rules and saying, does this make sense? Am I overusing screens? And this is something that every family will do on their own. And then when you get to after 6 years old, you're going to really look at the big priorities here. This is important to me, all ages. Sleep is a huge priority. You should not be sacrificing sleep to watch a TV show or a screen. I know we do it, but we should not let our kids do it. Chores. You need to make sure that if they're old enough that they're getting all their chores done, they're doing all the necessary schoolwork, activities, family activities, as long as all of that is good. I'm sure you all can agree. Like, I grew up watching a lot of television. Like, I remember vividly, like, getting my homework done and then sitting and watching TV. And we all turned out great, but there was a balance there, right? You got the activities done that needed to be in the home. You got outdoor play in, and there was a balance to include screen time activities, which I think every family can do in this modern era as well.
First of all, I just learned so much.
I know, same.
What? That was in the first 5 minutes, and I'm already way better off for it. So thank you, doctor. Yeah. I remember screen time is one of those things that I feel like you can feel guilty about as a parent. It's also just like such an easy default of like, hey, let me just turn this on, and that way I could have a breath, right? But one of the things that I remember hearing early on was, hey, don't use the screen time as like a babysitter. And I love your message of like using it as just another vehicle to interact with your kid through. And just like you're reading a book, I'd never thought about like when Drew and I are reading a book, it's like I'll point to a cat and say, oh, look, what sound does that make? And it's like you could do the same thing if you're using screen time effectively. So I appreciate that. I am curious though, how do you take the guilt out of saying no when it comes to screen time? And I know our daughter doesn't like when we say no, but so 2-part question is, how do you take the guilt out of saying no? But also in the modern era, a lot of those entertainment activities and games, puzzles, books can be found on iPads and screens. So how do you find those boundaries there?
Oh, this is a great question. So the first one, let's tackle that guilt question. So I think as parents, we tend to have guilt over a lot of things. When you look at the big picture, you have to think about, is what I'm doing right now really going to matter in a week? Is it going to matter in five years from now? And if it's not, you don't spend more than 5 minutes worrying about it, right? I think guilt is a very healthy emotion. I don't want us to say, oh, don't feel guilty, but take the information and say, okay, I'm feeling really bad right now that I have to set this rule. But remember that screens are a part of our life, but it's not our entire life. Same thing like we set boundaries for everything else in our child's life. Children need to know that they are entitled to have all of these different things, but there are rules, and those rules are set by the caregivers in the home. And so children need this in moderation, right? So think of this as something good for the child, that by setting these boundaries, you are showing them the importance of physical activity, something stimulating like cognitive development activities like puzzles, building blocks, what I call open-ended toys, activities that you can be used in different ways like blocks, Legos, things that, foster creativity. And it is an important lesson in boundary setting that your children know that you are looking out for their best interest and will bring screens back, right? The difference here would be like if you say you can never have this. No, no, no. We know that most of us watching this, and you guys as well, are loving parents that are trying to set these healthy boundaries. So screens are going to come when screens are going to come, right? When you say it's time for screens to be there. And I do believe that we do not want to eliminate screens completely. Like I know some families, their family philosophy is no screens, for the first 5 years at all. Like I know that exists. And I like to say, well, then they're going to, when they finally get access to it, whether they go to a friend's house or somewhere else, it's going to be this taboo thing that they're going to be like, ooh, kind of like sugar, right? Like, oh my gosh. I think moderation is really key here. Like our son, we create really common sense boundaries. So now when it's on, sometimes he won't even want to watch. And I'm like, hey kid, come back and watch this show with me. And he's like, I don't want anything to do with this. I actually want to go play with my puzzles. And I think that's a really cool thing to see, that like when you start to just normalize it, this is part of our life, it's going to happen, but hey, we got to go to bed now, right? That's going to really help you remove that guilt, because you know that you're doing the right thing for your child. And then with all of those, things out there, like you said, there's different activities on tablets. I think it's really useful that if your child is over 2 years old, let's say, because 2 years old, when I said those rules right earlier, you can start to think about those iPad games as part of your activities, right? But I will always say, if you are in the home, you really want to maximize those activities outside of screens because you're in the home, right? Those activities should be there, right? Like a puzzle or something like that, because you're really fostering more hand, fine motor, all of the developmental things. Now, just say you're going outside of the home and you want to take that with you. Once you've kind of maximized everything else and you want to introduce that, I think that is a preferential activity to do something that's engaging, that they're learning something, versus a TV show. But really, it's a parental choice too. We don't do developmental apps at all right at this age. Our son is 3, but we may in the future. But we know that if we're going to use it, it's going to be for a cute little cartoon that we love or something like that, because that's what we use the screen time for. But this goes back to a family deciding their boundaries, deciding what are they using screens for? Like, how much are they using it? Am I overusing it when I go out? Like the minute we leave the house, is it that my kid needs this thing right away and is not enjoying the sounds and sights of the world, right? I mean, to me, that's really important for a kid to kind of be bored outside sometimes, right? Meaning sitting and looking rather than just being absorbed in a screen. So we got to think about those things to make the best decisions for our family with the resources we have.
Jeez, I think we'd be friends, Dr. Mo. We have the same style. I think it seems like there's this theme of intentionality behind it, where it's like, hey, you can use it, just make sure there's like a plan or a purpose, or like you're aware of the context in which screen time fits in your family. It's interesting. Our 3-year-old loves screen time. Our 1-year-old will have the TV on and like be playing whatever show. He could care less. Yeah. And it's like this interesting kind of contrast of, it's sparked conversations with Shawn and I about what is the right way to navigate this, and it's been good. But
going back to what you were saying, though,
yeah,
of when kids sometimes get too much screen time, how do parents navigate those, like, we all know it, those overstimulated meltdowns and tantrums that can come from trying to like decompress them from too much time?
Yes, this is very true. And you're going to see this a lot early on when you're trying to create boundaries, right? So I always say, like, once you've gotten, like, I think one of the biggest parenting breakthroughs is when you finally learn how to boundary set as a parent. Then you're going to be like, oh my gosh, they're actually listening and things are actually happening. And so I think this is the hardest between, I would say, 1 year old to maybe 2.5 as you're learning about the toddler behavior. So the first thing is, it's important to start to scale back when you're noticing that it's too much. And you'll notice it's too much when, like you said, they're having extreme meltdowns. They can't adjust to transitions. The moment they open their eyes in the morning, they're asking for an iPad or a screen. Like the moment they wake up, and you can't even get them to do something else. We have to detox. Okay, I'm going to use that word. I don't mean it like that, but it really is something that we got to consider. How are we going to remove this? So we know that there's too much happening. If they need it in the moment, like I said, like right away, we need to recognize that this is time to scale back. And so one of the things is, we need to decide as a parent before going in, what is our boundary? So just say we have been doing 2 hours of screen time a day, or maybe you had no rules as a family, right? So our goal now is to scale back to an hour and 30 in the day. So we start scaling back. Now, depending on the age of the child, I would say if they're over 18 months, 2 years, you can use like a visual timer, like set a timer or say, hey Google, or whoever is the, your home assistant, virtual assistant, tell them that we're going to set a timer. So you can do a visual timer, which some toddlers do respond well to, some do not. And you want to be very firm when that timer goes off. And what that means is that, hey, this was so much fun, but screen time is over. Do you want to turn off the TV, or do you want mommy to? That portion gives them control, because sometimes they're feeling so out of control when a boundary is being set. But by giving them control to turn off the remote, it makes them feel like it was their idea when it was your boundary. So we do that a lot with our son from the time he was a toddler, and that he would cry as he's pressing the remote, but finally he'd be like, okay, it's time, it's over, right? And he doesn't want me to do it. He wants to be the one who turns off the remote, which is a control aspect that toddlers crave, right? So, hey, it's time to be done. It's time, we're done watching screen time. Do you want to press it, or do you want me to? Okay, you'll press it. And you can say, I know you like the show, but it's time to go play outside. What do you want to play? Giving them choice. Do you want to go on your scooter? Do you want to kick the ball? And you have to be okay with them being upset. I think sometimes parents feel like you'll set the boundary, they're going to listen, it's going to be love and hugs and kisses. But no, you're going to have to be okay with them not liking the boundary, and being okay with them being upset and moving them along, right? So don't join their rise. Don't get really upset with them. If you turn back on the TV once you've set the boundary, they now have realized that they are in control over the boundary, and that you're not being firm with the boundary. So it's really important that you are committed to the rule. You have the calm follow through. Okay, TV time done. We're going to turn it off. Give them control if you can. Avoid the rise. So if they start to get upset, don't be like, oh my God, I know, it's so bad. Just be like, yeah, I know, it's really fun. We can watch again tomorrow. Let's go outside and play. You're being very matter of fact and very energy wise that you're not going to join their chaos. And then you're going to be okay if they don't love that boundary, and you're going to connect with them afterwards. I know you really love that show. Mommy loves that show too. I love when they sing songs. We can watch again whenever you decide. Don't say tomorrow and you're not going to follow through, right? Say, we'll watch again later. That later is a very good term. But you want to be very clear with your boundary. You want to follow through with it. And you don't want to give false promises, right? Like, hey, we're going to watch after dinner, when you have no intention. Because I can tell you, toddlers are pretty smart. They'll know when you say, especially your older toddler over 2.5, Mommy, you said that we could watch TV. They're going to be like, uh-oh, actually we can't, because we got to go out, or we got to go to get ready for dinner. So be very firm, and you'll see that really helps over time, but it requires a lot of consistency and patience on our end to see these results happen.
Gosh, that's so good. I love the idea of creating a substitute. Like, it probably takes another level of energy and effort, but like, hey, we're going to do this, and instead we're going to go play on the swing set, or we're going to go play hide and go seek, or whatever it is. And, in retrospect, that could be super helpful for how Drew, our 3-year-old, navigates this. But hey, listen, that was super helpful, Dr. Mona. I think we're at our time cap. So excited for this summit, and I know the rest of this itinerary the I Am Mom Summit team has put together is going to be awesome. So make sure you stay tuned. If you want to find out more about Dr. Mona, there's information about her linked, and we're also going to do a full interview with Dr. Mona, because this was so good, on our Couple Things podcast. So we'll see you over there, and have a great summit.
Black Friday starts now. Get the world's safest phones for kids free. We're talking watches that are phones that are made for kids, and premium phones that are safe. With unlimited talk and text, kid-safe apps, GPS tracking, and safe zones, they'll stay safely connected. And because there's no internet, social media, or unsafe apps, you'll have peace of mind. It's the perfect holiday gift you and your kid will love. Get your free kid-safe phone at gap.com. Seriously, this is the perfect gift for you and your kids. Am I right? I'm so right.
Well, thank you to Andrew, Shawn, and Dr. Mona. That was incredible. And before we get into talking about that session, I want to introduce you to the founder and creator of the I Am Mom Summit. I'm sitting here with Jamie Taylor. Jamie, we're here. You did it.
You did it, and you are doing an excellent job. I mean, come on.
No, why are you turning it back on me? You have created this event. Okay, this is your 5th year of I Am Mom Summit, but it's many of our first years attending. So explain, what is Mom Summit?
So I remember the exact moment that the I Am Mom Summit came to be. I have 5 kids, but back years ago, I had 4 young kids, and it was like after 10 days of a really long illness that our family had, and you know how that is. When one kid gets it, it spreads to all of them, right? So after 10 days of being with my really sick kids, I remember sitting on the edge of my bed at the end of the day, just feeling depleted, exhausted. We've all had those mom days, feeling, really discouraged. And I looked over, and there was my husband sitting on his laptop, like he is in here today on his laptop. And he was working on a virtual summit for tech companies, gathering speakers and experts about business. And as I was watching him, I thought, hey, how come there's nothing like that for moms? Like, we have the most important job in the world, and I did not receive a degree to be a mother, right?
Which seems a little unfair.
Yeah.
Like, is that okay? Like, that's a lot of responsibility, and I have no clue what I'm doing.
Right.
Like, every time I leave the hospital, I'm like, are you sure?
Yes.
Do you want to check out my other kids
Yeah.
before you give me a new one? Or
Exactly. So I said to Mike out loud, I wish moms had this. And he said, let's do it. So it took us about a year. We built the platform, got everything together, and that's how we launched the I Am Mom Summit. And now it's our 5th year, and we're live this year, which is super exciting.
It's so fun. You're doing an incredible job. And this time, you chose the topic, parenting in the digital age. Why did that feel important to you? Why did you decide to focus on that?
Great question. Everyone keeps asking us that. The I Am Mom Summit, we believe that moms have the most important job out of everyone. We believe that we have the greatest influence on the next generation, which are going to be the next fathers and mothers, leaders, politicians. So we have the most important job, right? Which is one of the hardest jobs, in my opinion, but the most fulfilling. So we feel like if we can educate and empower moms, we can change the world.
Yeah.
One mom and one child at a time.
Okay, and you decided to come pull all of the best speakers in this space together. Yes. Speaking of the best speakers, let's talk about the keynote we just heard. Can I tell you, I loved so much hearing from a professional pediatrician who's gone to years and years of schooling tell me, I'm not a bad mom. It's okay. Screen time isn't our enemy.
Yes.
Screen time's okay. She has screen time sometimes for her kids, but giving actual realistic tips of how to implement it into our lives.
I love that she talked about the balance, and every family is different. She talked about, even if you're a single mom, it might look a little different for you. But when I was thinking about doing this summit, I'm like the East. I have a 2-year-old who shares the same birthday as Drew, actually. My son Tony and Drew, they share the same birthday. But he just recently was interested in screens, and he's number 5. You think by number 5 I would know. And I'm like, how much is too much? So I was even watching this and getting tips out of it, and I loved what she said. Being more intentional with your screen time, connecting with your kids, but make sure there's other activities as well. I loved. Yeah. Dr. Mona was awesome.
She was so awesome. That was so fun. And how cute are Shawn and Andrew?
Oh, they're the best.
I was like, can we hang out with them? Do they want to be my best friend? Okay, one more question. Speaking of them, will there be a 6th summit?
There will be a 6th summit. We're so excited. We're going to continue on, and we're actually going to be, it's kind of exciting, the East have asked us to join their family-made media network. So
I thought you were saying they asked me to join their family. I was like, have they met me? Are they looking to adopt? Okay. No. But yeah, family-made media.
So we're going to be joining their network, the I Am Mom Summit, and we're going to continue this summit on and just reaching more and more families across the world and connecting with their content creators. It's going to be really exciting.
Well, and it's going to do so much good. Jamie, thank you so much, and thanks to your entire team for all of the hard work you guys have put in. Let's give her another round of applause here today.
And can I just say thanks to Gab, because without Gab, we could not do this hybrid. We could not do the live and the online. We're just so grateful, and it's been such a pleasure. We're huge fans.
Well, speaking of huge fans, next up we are going to be hearing from Linda and Richard Eyre. I feel like they are Utah's parents, Utah's grandparents, what I say, and they are our next keynote speakers.
Thanks.
Welcome to the I Am Mom Summit.
Parenting in the digital age.
We are so excited to be with you, and we have just gotten to know Shawn and Andrew through this process, and we love what they say. We love how committed they are to family. They're wonderful.
We're involved in some other projects with them. They're just great. What a poster couple for popularizing parenting and celebrating commitment.
Absolutely. We, some of you may know, but we do have 9 children, 5 sons, 4 daughters, all ours genetically. And
by the way, we're
no
richer than
twins.
Linda Eyre.
We are, and we are so excited to be with Jamie and her great husband, Mike, who have created this every year. But this is a new format. It is going to be such a great day.
And the reason we're sitting in front of a grandfather clock is to remind you that we are now, first and foremost, grandparents.
Well, maybe not very first, but we do have 34. And interestingly, 17 boys, 17 girls.
Right.
It's really pretty amazing.
But we're going to do a little throwback today and look back on our raising of our children and currently on how our children are raising their children, how they're combating the digital age might be one, how they're using it, how they're trying to benefit from it without being penalized by it. And Linda,
Right.
What a great lineup following us and following these keynotes. So many good speakers on so many good topics, all related to how to make positive use of technology
Absolutely.
and social media and avoid the many potential negatives.
Right. Jamie has done a masterful job of collecting amazing people. We are excited to be here, but we're also excited to learn from them.
Absolutely. So Linda, let's start off with the word culture for a minute. What do you, when someone hears the word culture, what do you think they think of? What does it mean to people?
Well, culture could be refinement, or culture could not be refinement. There's both kinds of cultures.
Yeah, I think a culture is sort of a worldview. It's sort of
right.
It's sort of how you live within the world and how you see the world. It's a way of seeing, it's a way of living, and boy, oh boy, are our kids surrounded by a lot of different cultures. We've got the peer culture.
We've got the
Celebrity
celebrity culture. We've got the tech culture that's just everywhere, at school, at home, and for entertainment. It's everywhere.
And we've certainly got the social media culture. And so many of the addresses and messages you're going to hear today are how to avoid these pitfalls of these other cultures. What we're going to suggest is a little more of an offense, a little less of a defense. And we're going to basically suggest to you some off-screen, off-technology, off-social media ways to build a family culture that is so strong and so bonding and so uniting that it actually supersedes all these other cultures. You can't fight these other cultures. Our kids are part of them. They're part of that peer culture. They're part of that social media culture. They're part of that celebrity culture. You can't help it. You can sort of shield them a little bit. We know some parents who try to isolate.
You can limit, but then that gets to be, obviously we have to limit. But it is so interesting that there are so many good things that you can do at home that don't include the digital. And so we're going to talk about that later.
And another way to think of it is, you can limit screen time, and you can have rules, and you can have filters, and you can have ways that you can observe what they're seeing online. You can do all those things, and you should. But can you also create some non-screen types of family activities and family culture that are so fun and so involving that it makes kids forget about these other cultures for a while and not even miss their screens while they're doing them?
Well, hopefully it will create a security in your children so that when they do hit the world, because it's there, it's not going to go away. When they do hit it, they feel so much confidence in you and your family and the things that they have learned there.
Yeah, well
it's
said.
Not going to affect them.
Yeah, and that's another way. I like how you said that, Linda. It's almost like another definition for culture in the home is a sanctuary, a place where you have your own identity, where you feel secure, a place where you're not threatened, a place where you're valued. And that's what we're all looking for in our family culture.
Right. So we're going to start with daily, some things you can do daily, weekly, monthly, and once a year.
And we're going to hit them, we're just going to hit the tip of the iceberg, but you brilliant parents will figure out how to fill it in. Linda, we feel that dinner time is a powerful time, and we're losing it, I'm afraid.
We are, and we have to admit that there were times when we had 3 kids in soccer, 2 practices, and piano lessons, violin lessons, harp lessons, all those things. And it really is crazy to try to get together for dinner. So we're not saying every single night you got to do this for dinner. But if you can gather your family 2 or 3 times a week.
Oh, I'd say even
dinner
4
time.
times a week.
I know,
Push
you
it.
would.
Try to schedule it so you can actually have this dinner time. Because it's that dinner table where things get discussed. And it's dinner table where there's no phones. And we have lots of young families we know who just collect the phones in a basket and put them in the cupboard. And whatever you do, remove the phones. If your kids aren't 2 phones yet, this is it's best to start early, but it's never too late. What do we do at dinner times that make them special?
Well, we have loved to have games with our kids. So at dinner time, we say, okay, it's question game. Tonight we're doing the question game. Think of the very best question you have. And it was so fun because they would think of these wild questions, and then of course they were going straight to the old days encyclopedia. Then afterwards they can go figure out, let's ask Siri. But it really has been so fun. We would say to them, so how are a telephone and a turtle alike? And the older kids, junior high, high school, no, nothing. And then the 5-year-old comes up with something like, well, they both have curved surfaces. Yeah, and then the 6-year-old says, and if a truck ran over them, they would both cease to function. So
what you're trying to do,
you're going to think.
We're going to suggest 3 dinner time games to you, and they're all designed for the same purpose. They're all designed to get kids involved in a discussion and to teach the other 3 R's, not the reading, writing, and arithmetic from school, but to teach relationships, to teach responsibility, and to teach right brain learning, where what kids are figuring out is not how to give an answer, but how to ask a good question. So you say something like, ask me a question about doorknobs. Ask me a question. You give subjects, random subjects, and can those kids probe? Can they come up with questions? And then you mentioned the second one, the similar game, giving them very dissimilar things, and they figure out what's the same about them. And then speeches, maybe our most favorite
We
one.
love this speeches thing. We say, okay, in 1 minute, we're going to give you 1 minute. We're setting a timer, and we give them a little training. Start with something exciting that people are interested in, and then tell a story quickly, and then wrap it up. So
Just 1 minute. We're going to set the timer for 1 minute. Yell to Alexa, set a timer for 1 minute. Talk for 1 minute on kangaroos. Talk for 1 minute
thumbs.
on clouds.
Just something, anything. It is amazing how creative
It's
kids
amazing
can be.
how fast they get good at it.
They are so
They'll be
good
terrible
at it.
at first. They won't know what to say. They'll stand up and say, "This is stupid. I can't think of anything."
Right.
But they'll quickly. You be the example. You'll be amazed. Teaching them to think on their feet, teaching them to be entertaining, teaching them to.
All of our kids are now doing this with their children, and it is so fun. Yeah. So we suggest you think about speeches. Just anything like that, it's just memorable. Those are the things that our kids remember. Our daughters are now doing a podcast on our lives together, and it's amazing what they remember.
Is those speeches, those dinner times,
They
remember it as almost perfect, even though it wasn't always perfect.
Okay, so
but they're all doing it now. And the other time is bedtimes, right?
Oh yes, at bedtimes. Whether
that's the
like
time
to
your
spend a
kids
little
will
time
talk
with
to
them.
you.
Yeah,
that's the time they'll open up. The later it is, the more they'll say.
Right, exactly. But that's a good time, actually, we think, to tell ancestor stories.
Yeah.
You get out those storybooks, and I want this and this. Those are good times to tell ancestor stories, and we could give a whole another 20 minutes on that.
If you can find some stories about your grandparents and your parents, and have a family tree where the kids can see their picture and say, "Hey, that's my great grandpa. I'm 1/8 from him," and then you tell the story. And it's easy to find stories now on these ancestor sites.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the kind of stories they need for confidence in themselves. Like, if they could do that, I can do this.
It binds people.
It really binds them together.
Think of yourself as the trunk that unites the children who are your branches and your ancestors who are the roots. That's a non-screen time storytelling. It'll press you to use your imagination and do it well. So that's all we're going to say about daily things that get kids off their phones and that really build this family culture. Let's go to weekly.
Weekly. We think it's so important to have a weekly meeting with your kids. And we have spoken to people all across the world, and it's just something that had never occurred to a lot of them. I think probably a lot of you have tried and done a good job with this, but it is so important weekly to be in touch with your kids.
A formal family meeting. You can call it a family home evening, you can call it a family meeting, you can call it a family party, I don't care. But it's a time when you coordinate your schedules and you decide what the goals are for the week and what the pressure points might be that week. Let a child conduct.
Absolutely.
Once you establish the, nothing cuter than a 5-year-old saying, I call the meeting to order, I turn over 5 minutes to mom to talk about the schedule and so on. So it unites us in this family, and it's fabulous.
Then also monthly. Monthly goes into the same thing with a family meeting. Once a month, we really like to gather our kids up on a Sunday afternoon and just have them talk about their feelings.
Usually the first Sunday of the month, just so you have a time that's set.
And talk about how they feel about each other, how about they feel about their lives. It's interesting because first of all, they're just feeling awkward, like I don't know what to say. Yeah. But it is, when it's regular, it was amazing what we got out of them.
Our kids, looking back on it, and now they're doing it with their children, say that those monthly family meetings, and don't expect this to just work the first time you do it, it'll be a little rocky. But it's just a time when each person can take a minute and go around the circle and just say what they're feeling. I mean, they can talk about who they love. They can express love to other members of the family. They can say things about what worries them. They can talk about their faith if they want, or their beliefs. And, you know, some of them may pass the first time and say, I don't have anything. Fine, go around, but let that develop over time. And we call it a testimony meeting because we're sort of testifying of our feelings. But you could call it a feelings session or whatever works for you. But making that a ritual, making that part of a culture, it can be really powerful.
It's so interesting because we, at first people did feel awkward. Then it turned into kind of a love fest on some days. I mean, some days was a hate fest, but usually it was a love fest because we learned things that we'd never have learned otherwise. Our high school kids are saying, we have a secret hand signal when we see each other in the halls, and this is what we do. Just it means I love you. And there are all kinds of interesting things that you learn when kids really start talking about their feelings. So try that.
So even on a yearly basis, now we're talking about traditions. We spoke about this last year at the I Am Mom Summit.
Right.
The power of traditions, they bind us together. Holiday traditions, enshrine those, put them in a tradition calendar. Talk about them, anticipate them when they're coming up. I always have to tell this story. I think I can do it in 30 seconds, but where I first learned that these traditions matter, my birthday tradition in October is jumping in leaves, and I thought our kids would forget about that as they got older. Fast forward almost 20 years, my oldest 3 are gone. They've left the home. One's at college, 2 are doing humanitarian and missionary work. My birthday comes, I go to the mailbox, and there's 3 birthday cards. I'm so glad they remembered. But when I open the first one, it's not a card, it's a leaf with a little Post-it note saying, this is a Bulgarian leaf. The orphans in where I'm working help me celebrate your traditions. Dad, don't forget, even though I'm not at home anymore, I'm still part of our family. And it was at that moment, and the second one was a leaf from another daughter that hadn't talked. The first one with another post. The third one was a leaf from our son who didn't include a note. He just like, I'll send Dad a leaf. He'll know what it means.
Yeah, guys.
These are the things that bind. These are the things that create family culture.
And I have to say that it is Richard's birthday tomorrow as we're filming this.
I'm getting ready to go jump in leaves right now.
Children and grandchildren all over the world, from Switzerland to Hawaii, and we are just having everybody get on Zoom, and every grandchild is going to bring their favorite leaf. They're going to hold up their leaf. They're going to put a message on it if they want to. And so this is something that has gone on forever, and you don't have to do that, but think of things that will last forever, and so that your family culture is stronger than the culture of the world.
So bottom line, get kids off their phones and their technology by doing things in your family culture that are offline that are so fun, so involving, so identity building that your kids want to be there with you. That's
Absolutely.
our goal.
And one more thing. We are partners with Jamie and Mike on the Family Is Awards, which are coming up. It's going to be announced
Next February.
during the meeting, and we are so excited about that, but mostly right now excited about hearing the speakers that you will be hearing.
Have a great year. We love you all as parents.
Thanks for joining.
See what I mean? They are such great parents and grandparents. For more info that they were talking about out there, you can go to valuesparenting.com. Linda and Richard Eyre, thank you so much for being here.
Well, we want to adopt you and everyone else here. You know, we want to be the grandparents of all of you great parents.
It is so great to be here. And I have to say that we didn't tell about the hard stuff. I wrote a book called I Didn't Plan to Be a Witch when all the kids were home because I didn't plan on it, but wow, it's hard. It's really hard to raise kids.
It is hard. I mean, it's hard. And you've raised 9 children, which first of all, in of itself is so incredible, let alone being New York Times best-selling authors. I mean, the chats that we've been getting coming through and the messages of how everyone has a story of how you've impacted them by reading your stories and by your examples. So your example, not just with your 9 children, but you are grandparents. How many grandkids do you have?
34.
Ooh.
And we've just got news about the first grade. We're
Oh,
so excited.
You're the first to know.
My gosh.
This is our announcement, the first grade.
Congratulations.
And they're going to come along really fast, Jessie.
Well, and you've got this great focus right now of grandparenting, and you've even helped out other grandparents out there with your Grandparenting 101. Tell us about that.
Well, we do a lot of speaking to parents, and not long ago, a young parent came up and said, "How old are you now?" And it was like, I think we better move on and speak to grandparents from now. But you know, 3-generation families are the key to so much, and we're finding that grandparents are hungry for information. They don't want to rediscover the wheel. They want to know what works and how to do it. It's like parenting was 50 years ago. So that's our new frontier.
Well, and there's great avenues now.
Yeah.
My grandparents weren't going on to online seminars and summits,
Right.
but
Yeah.
now they can do that.
So we are grateful for this wonderful tool of online. It is just amazing. I mean, there are lots of dangers and so on, which we've heard about today, but there's so many marvelous things
So
about
we've
it.
got about 1,000 grandparents now that join us for these seminars, grandparenting101.com, and it's growing every week, and we're really into it. I mean, and a lot of the people that are attending are being sent there by their children, the parents, who are saying, go to that class because you'll learn how to do it a little better.
Let me text
than
my
what
dad
you're
real
doing,
quick
right?
and get him on
Please
there.
tell my parents to quit giving my kids so much stuff. Tell them. And
Yes.
It's really, really fun. Yeah.
Well, I love that, like I said, so many people have been reaching out in the chat today about experiences and impressions that they have from you guys. I've got some questions. Is that okay if I
Great.
throw some
Let's
out there?
hear 'em, yes.
Okay. How do you connect with all 9 kids? And also, I'll take it another is, how do you grandparent with technology?
Well, technology is the saving grace for grandparenting because ours live all over the world, and to be able to get on and FaceTime with them and text them is just a
We
lifesaver.
absolutely do it online. I mean, we have WhatsApp, which is fabulous. We have Marco Polo. We watched our son run the New York Marathon on Sunday. It is just fabulous. So this is a wonderful tool, but that is how we
But
stay
the
in
first
touch.
part of the question, Jessie, that everyone remember, that is the key. Parenting is not done in a group. Parenting is one-on-one. And if you have a lot of kids, you've got to find the time. You've got to have the daddy date. You've got to have the mommy date. You've got to set aside the time. and be one-on-one with them. That's where the rubber meets the road, not in groups.
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to repeat that. The parenting is one-on-one.
Always.
It
always.
really is. And
Yeah.
just those mommy dates and daddy dates, and even if it's not all the time, our kids remember those
Oh,
little
boy.
times.
And,
They
and
really do.
we always kept a notebook with some little memento from every daddy date. Maybe it was just a straw from the drink of McDonald's, but they'd paste it in there. Our kids still look at those.
Well, and I think sometimes when we're wanting to go on like a date with our kids one-on-one, we think it needs to be elaborate. It needs
Yeah,
to be
no.
My kids love going to the little drive-through soda shop in town with me, which is
Absolutely.
convenient because I
Or-
also
or
love
bring
going
them
to it.
along to run an errand. I
Or
mean,
the
you know,
grocery store.
multitask.
I mean, just any time
That
you
they're
get
the
alone
one-
with one child.
And
It's
I
so
hope what came through on our little video, Jessie, is that, you know, it's great to have a defense and to say we got to limit screen time and we don't do this and we don't do that. But the offense is what matters. The best defense is a good offense. And if you have things in your family culture, your traditions, your rituals, what you do at dinner, what you do at bedtime, those are powerful. And parents need to remember they have more power than the peers. They really do. They just need to take the offense and create that family culture.
And it makes us realize that it's more important than we realize, because
Right.
now our 4 daughters are doing this in the arena with the Eyre sisters, and it's hilarious. The things that they remember. It's like, oh shoot, I totally forgot about that, but they are remembering these things and applying with their
Scares
and
us
when
to
you
death.
said-
I mean, imagine having your 4 daughters telling their stories when they were little. We never know what they're going to
Yeah,
say.
you're asking if you can produce
but-
it, maybe
We're
edit it a little
absolutely
bit,
A
check
lot
it
of you-
before.
Crazy, yeah.
A lot
But
of
this
you-
is their podcast, you're
A
saying,
lot of
for
you
those
follow
out there.
Shawn
Our daughters.
Pothiers, who was one of the daughters, and they have a lot of followers individually. Now they've come together in the arena with the Eyre sisters.
That's their podcast.
Our
And if you
first
want to hear
listen
the
every
dirt,
Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's
and
where it's
that
at.
is right. It is pretty dirty sometimes. And we sound totally crazy.
but it worked.
Yeah, it worked.
But it worked.
These are the precious things that they remember, yeah.
Well, this takes us to another question. Your kids are grown now, but at once upon a time, they were teenagers. And we talk about this family culture and this connecting, this one-on-one time with our kids.
Yeah.
How did you get the teenagers to be involved with that when maybe they didn't want to all
Well,
the time?
there's one key, and that is they help plan the activities. You turn it over to them. You say, what do you want to do? And we'll join in. If you're saying, hey, here's what we do, come along, join us, leave your friends, come with us, you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and you have to have your boundaries. I mean, you know, you realize this is important for these teenagers. We're not going to be totally involved all the time. They have important things too. So I think it's really important to remember that.
Give them a little bit of respect.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I love that so much. Okay, we need to talk about this little award here that I couldn't even lift with one hand. What is this?
O.C. Tanner is our partner. And Jamie and Mike, once again, one more hand for them because they are the creators of the Family Is Award. They
So the
had-
Family Is Award.
Well, the family is, IS is in place of .com, family.is. That's the web address. And awards.family.is. And the beauty of this is Jamie and Mike and others realized that social media, while so many parents think of it as the enemy, has some tremendous things on it about parenting and about marriage and other things. How do we find those good sites? Well, how about recognizing the influencers who create them? And so these awards, and they're amazing. Shawn and Andrew got one of the first awards because they're so family oriented. And now it's just spreading all over the world. And next February, the 3rd annual Family Is Awards, February 24th. And I think we're allowing this audience to be the first ones on the planet to have a chance to nominate their favorite influencer
Nominations
for one
are
of
going
these
to be
awards.
open today
Yeah.
for, you know, different categories, and you'll see the categories. It is amazing what is happening online with a lot of people that you're going to be hearing today. But it is really exciting to be able to award them, to say, this is great stuff. And then it brings
We
more
get to
people
give the
it.
awards out. It's one of the funnest things we do because we meet these people.
You
and
got to be
say,
Oprah for a
You're
day.
a winner.
well,
Yeah,
you-
that's
we
our
do.
goal. That's our goal. Be Oprah.
February 24th, and we are total partners with Jamie and Mike. They've been so fabulous. So it's
So if you have a favorite influencer, nominate them, and maybe they'll get one of these things.
They'll get that and a good workout when they're carrying it back to their car. Thank you so much to the Eyres for being here with us today. I love that we're talking about the good that can be created on the internet. It's not just bad. Up next, that goes with our next speaker. We're going to be hearing from Arlene Pellicane, and she's giving us the scoop on the dangers of digital candy.
Awesome.
Nice.
Hello and welcome, friends. I am so happy to have you in my session. We are going to talk about the dangers of digital candy. And I want you to take a deep breath. This session is not meant to condemn you or make you feel guilty. It is meant to inform you and inspire you, because we all have a relationship with this phone, for better or worse, and so do our kids. And we're going to talk about that very plainly today. I am the host of the Happy Home podcast, and I have several books, including Screen Kids and Parents Rising. And my husband James and I have 3 children. We have Ethan, who is a college freshman this year, Noelle, who is a junior, and Lucy, who is in 8th grade. So I'm in the trenches with you in terms of these phones. Now, when my son Ethan was very young, when he was in kindergarten, he got a big bag of Oreos for his Christmas present from his cousin. And I, as the good mom, said, Ethan, these are very unhealthy for you. So mommy will put them on the top shelf. And when you want to have an Oreo, you can ask me and I will give them to you. Okay, Mom. Well, I'm writing books and I'm doing these things, and I don't usually have Oreos in the house because I cannot trust myself with Oreos in the house. And I'm writing one night late and I say, I'm thinking about those Oreos. I'm sure Ethan won't notice if I just eat a few. So I eat like 2 or 3 Oreos. Well, friends, this happens night after night after night. And I'm thinking, oh my word, I'm eating through my son's bag of Oreos. And I keep thinking in my mind, he's in kindergarten. He doesn't know how many Oreos in her bag. I eat through the whole bag. Valentine's Day, my son, who apparently has a ton of self-control, says to me, Mom, remember my Oreos? I would like to have some now. And I was like, I ate them. And he's like, what? You ate them? Yes, I ate them. I had no control and I ate them. And I bought him another bag of peppermint Oreos, and I promise you I did not touch them. But my friends, I could not control myself with that candy, with that sweet thing in the house. I couldn't control myself, even for the sake of my son. And today we have something, it may not be Oreos, but it's digital candy. It's YouTube and it's videos and it's games. And we need to understand that just like here's a big bag of M&Ms. Do you see a pattern here? My bag is empty. If I took this big bag of M&Ms and I said to myself, I have willpower, I have accountability. I'm going to have my friend ask me if I ate them, and I'm just going to eat 10 a day. And if I put this on my desk, if I strap this to my body and I walk around all day with it, am I going to be able to only eat 10 M&Ms and know what's good for? No, I'm not going to be able to do that. And when we give a child of any age a phone, a tablet, digital candy galore on this thing, unlimited M&Ms, and we give this to them and put it in their hand and say, child of mine, 10 minutes, okay, buddy? 1 game, okay, buddy? 15 minutes of social media, then put it away. Are our kids able to handle that? No, they're not able to handle it, just in the same way I couldn't handle the Oreos. And that is the danger of digital candy, is you just want more of it. So when I say digital candy, I'm thinking about the stuff that your kids get in trouble over, right? It's the stuff that you're saying, turn that off. You've been on Netflix for 4 hours. You've been on social media for 5 hours. You've been playing this video game for 2 hours, whatever. And they get in trouble for it. That's digital candy. Now, there are also digital vegetables. And this is why we buy the technology in the first place, because your child could be doing calculus. They could be Skyping grandma, learning a new language, learning how to, fix a flat tire on a bicycle. They could be learning digital vegetable activities, but most likely they're not. And digital vegetables, those are the things you never get in trouble for. You're not finding your child in the middle of the night on their phone and you saying, I can't believe you're talking to grandma again. That's not what's happening. So the digital candy is what's unhealthy for a child. And just like real candy is fun once in a while for a child, especially on their birthday, it's not good at breakfast at lunch and at dinner. And in the same way, digital candy might be good once in a while, entertaining, amusing, wonderful stress release maybe once in a while. But when digital candy is being eaten by our kids, they're watching it. In the grocery store, they're watching it. In school, they're watching it. At home, at dinner time, they're watching it. If they're watching it all the time, it is way too much digital candy, and that's messing with your child's development. So in the book Screen Kids, we go in great depth of what screens are doing to the brain. And I'm going to give you an example now just to give you an idea. When my daughter Noelle was in about 4th grade, she loved roller coasters like me. And we went to our amusement park about 2 hours away. It was very exciting. And we went on the Silver Bullet. And that thing had spins and turns and upside down. It was amazing. And at the end of the ride, usually the restraints come up, right? But we were stuck. And it's like, okay, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Well, their technical difficulties lasted for 20 minutes. Thankfully, we weren't upside down or anything. And my daughter Noelle was getting very nervous. And they said, okay, to reset the ride, you're gonna go again. And then that should make the restraints go, work again. So everyone was super excited. But my daughter Noelle was like, no, I don't want to go in again. Because she'd been so nervous for 20 minutes, just kind of dangling, like wondering when are we going to get out of this thing. They ran the roller coaster again. My daughter got off the roller coaster, laid on a bench, and was like, Mom, I want to go home. I feel so sick. Roller coasters are fun for the brain once in a while, but the brain is not meant to ride on roller coasters all day long. And dopamine, right, that pleasure hormone that's like, wow, that was fun. It's an excitable hormone. That hormone is going off during the roller coaster, right? Like, yay. And when you do that once, that's great. But when you ride again and again, it's like, no, I can't do this anymore. And the same is true in your child's brain. When they are watching amusing screen time, their brain is like, wow, this is so exciting. But then it gets overloaded because it's too much, too many video games, too many cartoons. Look at Mr. Rogers, how slow that pace was. It's one person, one camera, talking a whole lot slower than I talk, versus what cartoons are kids watching today. Colors, explosions, every few seconds it changes. So their brains are getting very used to this dopamine release, like pleasure, 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 pleasure. And that's why you see them crashing and being so irritable and annoyed, because they've just been overwhelmed. So pleasure, my friends, can be overdone. And the way it's being overdone primarily with kids is through too much screen time, too much amusing screen time. They're doing this ABCD study, Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study, Institute of National Health. And what they're finding in looking at 10,000 kids on screens, etc., is they're seeing a premature thinning of the cortex, that actually in the brain, the part of the 5 senses, that usually starts to thin when you're old. Like, I can't hear you. I can't smell anything. Like, all that stuff happens when you're like really, really old. They're seeing that in kids, that premature thinning of the cortex of the 5 senses, because guess what? You don't use all 5 senses when you are on screens all the time. How much are you smelling? How much are you moving? Are you tasting? Are you right? So they see a premature thinning of that. And they also see that kids who spend more than 2 hours a day on amusing screens, that they score lower on reasoning tests, on reading tests. And so we really have to think that our kids' brains, they're taking a hit from all this screen time. And just because everyone else around us is doing it, that doesn't mean that it's okay for our kids. So I get it. You live in the real world. So you can have a little test to see if your kids are getting too much like video gaming, too much social media. And you can also go on my website, arlenepellicane.com. And I have this test, does your child have too much screen time? But I'm going to help you just see this quickly now. Is your child casual, at risk, or addicted? And what this means is if your child is casual, they're going to play a game on the weekend. They're going to play for 30 minutes. They're going to have fun. They're going to forget it. They're going to go shoot baskets. They're going to go do art and play with their friends and forget it. And you'll never hear about it again. Casual. They just play casual. It's not a big deal. Doesn't control their life in any way. The at-risk person is, they played on Saturday and they like that. And on Monday, they're like, Mom, can I play that game? Tuesday, Mom, can we get that game? Like everyone else has that game Thursday. Mom, just let me play. Everybody else gets to play. So they're thinking about it. They're talking about it. They want more. You can know like, okay, my child is a little bit at risk. If they're addicted, you know what that means. It's like, I don't want to do anything else but play that game. I can't wait until I play that game. I can't go 2 or 3 days without playing that game. I'm starting to not do other things, like I'm not doing my homework, I'm not doing my chores, I'm not really listening to you very well because I'm just consumed with that game. They're addicted. So this is what you can ask yourself. Is my child a casual user, at risk, addicted? And this is not a one-time process. This is something you are constantly asking and observing. And then be the mom that's like, okay, I see you're addicted and that's not happening on my watch. So we're going to do something and we're going to go cold turkey for 2 weeks, right? We're going to do a reset and you're going to rediscover what it's like to play outside and read again. Right? So we're constantly checking how are they doing on this scale, and we're doing something, because you know what? When it's all said and done, we don't want our kids to have 10,000 hours of gaming time or 10,000 hours of social media by the time they graduate out of your house. We want 10,000 hours of more meaningful, like conversation with people, of sports, of skills, of talents. You know, your children are going to experience all these emotions, whether it's anxiety, worry, fear, boredom. And at this current rate, most kids will turn to their screens automatically when they feel any of these feelings, instead of, I need to go take a walk outside, or I'm going to go play with my dog right now, or I want to go, go for a hamburger with a friend and ask my mom if I can do that, or I'm going to do some art, or I'm going to play some music. Our kids, their brains are developing pathways to certain activities, right? But if every pathway leads to YouTube, every pathway goes to Netflix, every pathway goes to a social media app, guess what? It's their whole world, and it's not a stable world. It's a negative world. It's a dangerous world for kids. 1 in 5 kids will, be exposed to sexting, there'll be, proposition, all those things. And that's through social media. And that's with an 11-year-old girl. That's not safe. So we as parents have to realize, wait a minute, I need to withhold screens, delay them, monitor them, be very mindful of them, because what I'm really trying to build into my child are the 5 A+ emotional skills. And that's what I talk about with Gary Chapman in the book Screen Kids, and also in the book Grandparenting Screen Kids, because I know a lot of our grands are helping us out here. But listen to these 5 A+ skills and notice that if your kids had these 5 A+ skills in greater measure, how much better their life would be. The A+ skill of affection. They know how to give and receive love. They feel loved. Appreciation. This is a child who says thank you instead of I want this now. Everybody else has one. Why can't you buy me one? Anger management. Your child's going to get angry, but they know how to manage it. They know when it's justified anger, and they know when they're just being a baby about something. Apology. Your child knows how to say, I'm sorry, I messed up, instead of, oh, I'm just going to ghost somebody, or oh, I'm just going to leave the conversation, or I'm just going to leave this friendship. No, we don't do that. And the last A+ skill of attention. Your child can sit in a classroom with no problem, listen to a teacher, and actually do their assignment, right? So these 5 A+ skills, this is what our kids need. And this is why we want to lessen the screens in their life, lessen the digital candy, so they can learn these A+ skills that honestly are even more important than the A+ academic skills that many times we push on our kids. My daughter Lucy, when she was born with a lot of hair, as you can see. I wanted to show you. And all eyes were on her. When she came into a room, all eyes were, she was our baby. And we want to make sure, is she fed? Is she dry? Is she happy? Does she have food? All these things. Well, guess what? We have a new digital baby in town, and it's his phone. And all eyes are on the phone. Is the phone happy? Have we answered the phone? Have we dressed the phone? Have we charged the phone? Is my phone wet? Is my phone dry? And I just want to encourage, it starts with us moms, that we have to realize we have real babies and not digital babies, and that our eyes will be on our real babies and not on our digital babies. And when our kids start to see that we are modeling what healthy technology looks like, that people come first, not devices, that we will put down our devices to pivot away from them, to look at them face to face, eye to eye, that we eat digital candy, but just occasionally. Yeah, we have our digital vegetables, but most of the time we really want that face-to-face time with our kids. We're reading with them. When our kids see that, they're going to be so much healthier. So thanks so much for sticking in with me. We've just kind of scratched the surface, but at least now you know the difference between digital candy and digital vegetables. You know to kind of ask yourself, is my child a casual user, at risk, addicted? When you see they're moving towards addiction, you do something, moms, because the A+ skills, those are what we need to fight for. My kids I have a college age student. He got his first smartphone the summer before college. My daughter's a junior. My other daughter's in 8th grade. No phones, no social media, no video games. This is possible. We live in San Diego. We don't live under a rock. They do very well. And it's really the absence of these phones that have given them freedom to discover a lot. So please come visit me at arlenepellicane.com. You can find out how I pulled that off. You can watch a documentary I made of them talking about it. It's called Screen Kids in Their Own Words. And you'll find that at Happy Home University, which is all part of Arlene Pellicane. I hope you'll join me for the Happy Home podcast. And the book I mostly talked about today is Screen Kids. Thanks so much for being with me.
Don't know how excited I am to be sitting here with David Butler. He is the co-host of the podcast and YouTube channel Don't Miss This. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So you also are a father of 6, which blows my mind, and it is incredible. So I feel like you've got a little bit of experience with this. And
don't you have 5?
I've got 5, but 5
That's
to 6
only one more than 6.
It's a different vehicle. It is a different vehicle and too many rooms at a hotel.
It's fine.
Okay, well, I want to say that your podcast is one of the only, so Arlene talks about in her session, you have to have the digital vegetables to go with the digital candy. You need to balance it out. Your podcast is seriously the only digital vegetables I partake of weekly. It seriously builds me up, but I swear it's like smothered in butter or something because it actually is appealing to go to. So you're a creator of good on the internet. Why is creating and spreading the good in the digital world so important to you, and how are you doing that?
First of all, I'm so happy you put butter on my podcast. That was really, really important to me. Yeah. I wanted to be the fried chicken of the digital world. I don't know.
Not healthy enough. Nope.
Hamburger?
That's not your space. Frozen yogurt, maybe.
Okay. A Go-Gurt. I'll give you a Go-Gurt.
It's disguised as being healthy, but also is really good. Yeah.
I was just thinking about Jamie and Mike, how they just had this idea, there should be something like this for moms, out there, and they just did it. And I think I kind of have part of me that's like that, where I just I wanted my life to have meaning and make a difference. And the digital world is not the only place that you can do that, obviously, but it's a place where you could. And so I don't know. I just kind of a little bit of compelled to, a little bit of I just want to, just a combination of all of those things.
And
I guess.
you kind of, had this idea, let's do this YouTube channel, a podcast, and it really took off. I mean, you said you wanted to do some good, but did you imagine it was going to do that much good? Or were you like, yes, I knew that it would be very successful?
Yeah, I kind of knew. I'm just kidding. No, it was actually accidental because the way it started was I was trying to help a group of 100 moms. That was the target audience. And it was let's send an email out to 100 moms and just take what I know and just kind of pass it on. I was like, I've already done the work. I might as well give it to you for free.
Wait, how interesting also that Jamie and Mike, and you both started with, I think we need to help moms. I think moms are where it's at to get this info.
Yeah, maybe so, I guess.
Right?
I don't know.
'Cause
I'm a dad, and I don't know why I didn't want to help
moms
dads.
are
but-
a lot. Moms do a lot.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, I'll just send an email out once a week to this group of 100 moms. And then laziness kicked in, and I was like, I actually don't want to type the email. So what if I just like record it on video instead and just post it to YouTube? And then, then people can share and all of that. And that's sort of where it took off. But yeah, no intention of it, but just sort of like, I mean, there's something really cool about like this summit that we're at right now where, all like really smart and ambitious and creative people have all been brought together. And how else would I have found them?
Yeah.
And so there's something really neat about a digital world that's like, I'm either going to go to my next door neighbor for advice, which is awesome, or now all of a sudden I have access to 100 different next door neighbors that I can borrow a cup of sugar or butter if I'm going to be butter
a lot
from,
of butter. Yeah.
And I just think that's really cool.
It really is. But like we said, there's so much good out there on the internet, maybe some bad too. What advice would you give to kids and parents out there that are trying to find the good? Where do they begin? Like in the digital world?
Google.
Oh, yes.
I don't
We're
know.
in sync. Did everyone see that? That was not practice.
I just think, you just kind of, or advice from other people, like where, when you talk, like where are you getting your ideas? Where are you, just kind of, if you're opening up and asking the question, I think you're gonna find it. People have stumbled upon it. They're gonna pass it on to you. This has been really helpful to me. I mean, there's so much out there that's like, I don't actually need to know right now how to grandparent in the digital age, but a grandparent does. And so, right, you can find anything.
You can find
out
it.
there. And if it's not there, you just start it, right?
Yeah.
Just do it.
There you go. There you go. Okay, what advice would you give to parents out there? We're all here trying to do the best. What's one takeaway that you try to do with your kids at home, whether it's screen time boundaries, whether it's helping them feel equipped to be part of the digital world? I mean, your youngest is 8.
8, yeah.
Youngest is 8.
And my oldest is 18.
So it's close. They're close. So you didn't even get time to know what to do for the next one. You're just like, well, I think they're okay. Let's go on.
Right. No. Okay. One thing I think has been really helpful to me was I handed Jack, my oldest, a smartphone too early with no boundaries and no rules or no nothing. Like I just gave it to him and I was the hero of Christmas. And then all of a sudden I was like I started learning more and more and I was like, oh my gosh. And I actually just sat him down and I was like, hey, Jack, I'm just learning how to be a parent right now.
You're my practice
kid.
kid.
And I accidentally gave you that a little bit too early. And so one, I think, piece of advice that's been helpful for us in our house is just being really open with our kids about, hey, and I'm going to actually go home, this is true, tonight, and talk to Jenny, and then we're going to talk to the kids again on Sunday and just say, this is actually what I learned at this summit, and I didn't know it until today, and so I'm going to actually adjust my screen time boundaries with you based off of what I learned. And we've just kind of set that precedence of like, because at one time I thought, I'm too late. I already gave him the phone.
Yeah, that's how lots of us feel.
Right. Oh, well, I'm going to start over on my 10-year-old. And he's just a lost cause.
Better luck next time.
But then I was like, wait, I could just tell him, hey, I made a mistake. And I think there's something really cool about that, about showing a kid like, oh, you can actually adjust. You can learn from your mistakes. You can adjust like the direction of your life. You can adjust your,
It's never too late.
Right. And so I think it's actually really cool to model to them. And I don't have to just but just say, hey, this is what I now know. And we're gonna readjust based off of that.
That is such great info. I feel like so many of us that it's always our oldest. We're figuring out by our second, but my oldest also has a smartphone. And the next one does not.
Yeah. The first pancake, right? Have you ever heard that analogy before? You always burn the first pancake, and the rest of them turn out so good. I don't know why that is. It's true.
Do we have any first children in the audience here today?
And
you're
you
okay.
Can tell they're messed
you're
up.
okay.
No.
You've survived.
Yeah. You just put extra butter on that one.
Extra butter.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, David, for being here with us. I love we're talking about when do you give a cell phone? How do you give a cell phone? Which is perfect because up next, Brooke Romney is going to teach us the baby steps to introducing a smartphone to your children.
Hi there, my name is Brooke Romney, and I am so excited to be with you at the I Am Mom Summit. I am passionate about empowering teens to live successful lives and helping parents find the tools to be able to help their own teens do that. And today we're talking all about technology, which is central to our teens' lives, whether we like it or not. My oldest is 20. And so we lived in kind of the wild west of parenting when it comes to smartphones and cell phones. And I feel like we did all kinds of things wrong. There were no third-party apps. There was no screen time or controls. And I knew it didn't feel right to give my teen unlimited access to things like that. But everyone was making really interesting decisions and I wasn't quite sure what to do. So we made a bunch of mistakes. And since then, I have been able to help parents maybe do it a little better and a little smoother. So today I wanted to share 10 ways that I think you can bring smartphones into your life in a more successful way. So the first key is to delay. When we delay, we give our kids such a gift because we let them figure out who they are without a peanut gallery of peers who don't care one little bit about them deciding who they are. And I think it is so wonderful for them to be able to go through those really intense, kind of difficult middle school years, being able to decide if they like something without everybody telling them it's stupid, or wear something without being embarrassed, or know everything that's going on in everyone's life or who they're hanging out with and always feeling bad. So keeping smartphones away for as long as possible, I think, is an awesome first step. So like Protect Young Eyes says, delay is the way. The second thing that I think has really made a difference is that when we do start, we start really slowly. So my 11-year-old right now has a Gab watch, and it has been a huge blessing. It allows him to feel connected. It allows us to feel like he's safe, but he does not have the burden of a cell phone, and I love that for him. We love the watch. It helps him be responsible, be on time, and it's a great first step. After that, we love introducing the Gab phone. The Gab phone was around when my third one was old enough, and we gave him that Gab phone, and it was amazing to watch him start to make connections, build friendships, all kinds of really great things, reminders, calendars, without the burden of the internet, without the burden of social media. I loved watching him be a 13, 14-year-old boy who still liked to play with Legos and be outside, and he wasn't constantly tethered or had headphones in all the time. I love being able to start slow. The third thing that we need to talk about is, if you do this, will your kids be left out? And the answer is yes. They really are. They're going to be left out of some really fun things, but they're also going to be left out of a lot of drama. They might not know the latest TikTok dance, but they also didn't watch TikTok pornography either. So being okay as parents that if we choose to go this way with smartphones, that our kids will be left out. They're left out of some of the good, but they're left out of a lot of the bad. And for me, that has always been a trade-off that's worth it. This allows them to develop some maturity and some moral courage, helps them decide who they are before the world of technology comes crashing down. When it does, and they feel really confident with who they are and what's important to them, then they're able to make decisions that are in line with their values, which is honestly priceless and creates kids with really great self-esteem knowing who they are. The fourth thing that is so important whenever you introduce a phone, and well before that, is to have open conversations about technology. And this isn't just like, when can you use your phone? How long can you use your phone? What are your time limits on your phone? These are bigger conversations. This is about personal health. You want to make sure that they get enough outside time, that their mental health is good, that they're connecting, that they're having time to be bored, that they're getting enough sleep. Those things are all incredibly important for our teens to feel good about themselves, to feel good about their day, to feel good about their peers. And we can do this before they even have cell phones by showing them by example. So for me to say something like, oh man, I can tell I've been on my screen too long. My eyes are bugging me. Or I better put my phone away. I don't feel like I've been outside in days. Like I need to go get some sunshine. Or something like, boy, like my work has taken up all my time on my computer. So today I've decided I'm not going to be on social media. I need time to connect. These conversations aren't just about no phone, no phone, no phone. But it talks about how life is so much better when you aren't connected to your phone. There's a lot of studies about how earbuds make us feel disconnected from people and cut off from the world, and that hurts who we are. It makes us feel not good about ourselves and not good about our life. So sharing some of these bigger studies and more important things where it's not just, I don't want you to have a phone because I want you to be miserable. It's, I don't want you to be on your phone all the time because there's so much life that's worth living. You want them to be healthy. You want them to know that you're on their side. Teach them that they are the master of their technology time, and their technology time is not the master of them. Those are really important lessons that they can learn when they have a watch, when they have, a Gab phone, and especially when they have a cell phone. And you can model that in your own life by having those open conversations often. The fifth step for me is a very pared down cell phone. So this means a cell phone that doesn't have internet, no social media, no games, and you give this to them as kind of like a training wheel, seeing how they do with it. Can you use it for good? Are you managing your time? Are you using your school apps? This is a fun way for them to be able to start on group chats. You can have conversations about, that nothing you do or say online is private, making sure they are aware of that before they start sending pictures into a group chat or say something unkind about someone that might be screenshot and sent to someone else. This is a great way to have a little bit of a trial run with a cell phone, with a smartphone that works, but they don't have all the temptations and difficulties that come with a smartphone with all the apps on it. This is a great time to have conversations about your family agreements. Where can the cell phone go? I love the idea of keeping cell phones in common spaces, so they're not in bedrooms or bathrooms. They're definitely plugged into a parent's bedroom at night. These things are important, not because you want them to be miserable, but you know that there's a lot of things that can pull them down that are on a cell phone. And if we're using them out in the open, we're making sure that we're using them in the right way. And you don't want them to interrupt their sleep. You don't want them to take time from their homework. And so there's going to be times when we don't use cell phones and times when we have to put them away. So it's great at this point to introduce some family agreements. And then as an adult to be a great example of those agreements, that if you say no phones at dinner, that you don't have your phones at dinner. Or if you say we're going to have a cell phone free Sunday, that you also have a cell phone free Sunday. So those are really important as you introduce a dumbed down phone. The sixth thing I like to encourage is to stay super informed and very open. If you are giving your kids a cell phone, you should know what's going on with cell phones. Follow Protect Young Eyes. Chris has so many important and great reviews of apps and ways to make sure that your kids are safe and healthy on their cell phone. Talk to your friends about what's going on online, and especially talk to your kids about what's going on online. Make sure they don't feel like they have to protect you, but that you are there to protect them. They can tell you about something that was uncomfortable that they saw. They can tell you about some friends who are participating in a challenge they don't think is okay, and that you are a safe place and a safe person to go to when they have questions about what they're seeing or what people are doing online. Stay informed, be super open. And then one thing that is so important to me is that they are going to make mistakes. They're going to try to get around your parameters. They are going to not remind you to turn screen time back on if you've had to take it off for some reason. And when those things happen, because they will, because they're kids and they want to push boundaries and they want more freedom, that you come to them with so much love and so much understanding. There's still consequences for breaking family rules when it comes to cell phones, but you're not doing it because you want to create a horrible life for them or you don't trust them or you think they're bad people. You're doing it because actions have consequences. You're doing it because you want them to be able to have a really healthy technology life. And in order to do that, you guys have to be open, you have to be honest, and you have to be able to trust what they're doing online. You want to have parameters, but you also want them to, take opportunity to get a little bit more freedom. And that is my seventh point, is that when you do open things, that you open them really slowly. So one of the ways I love doing this is if you're ready to introduce social media, that you do it first on your phone. You both have the password, you both have access. Maybe they can use Instagram for 30 minutes while you're around in the family room. And that's a great way to be able to introduce social media and see how they feel about it, and then have really great conversations. How did you feel when you were on Instagram for 30 minutes? Were there any accounts that were kind of strange to you or made you feel off? Did you get any messages that were really uncomfortable? Are you private? Are you following the right people? Let's check. Let's check your followers. Let's check who you're following. Make sure these are accounts that bring you up. That's a really great way. Maybe they can play games on your phone for 30 minutes. Or maybe you open games on their phone, but you have a 30-minute time limit. See if that's something they can stick to, and see if that's something where they still can get their homework done and get to bed and feel really healthy. So open things slowly is really a great tip. Number 8 is to give more freedom with constant conversations. These conversations are so important so that your kids feel like you care about them. They're not on their own. Just because you said you were going to open the internet, just because you said social media was allowed, they don't have the burden of always feeling like they have to regulate that. Let them know that you are there for them. When you've opened something up, hey, like, are you doing okay on Instagram? Is there anything that's uncomfortable? Boy, how's that internet going? Do you feel tempted by porn sites? What can I do to make this easier for you? I know it's hard to be a kid. I know it's hard to have hormones. I know that this is a lot for you to be able to handle. I don't know if I could have handled it when I was young. So I want to do anything I can to make that easier. Would you like me to take the internet off for a while? Do you need me to, shut down social media for a bit? I'm always happy to be your excuse. And that leads to the 9th thing, letting them know that you're always on their team. You're not the policeman. You're not there to make their life miserable. You're there to empower them and to make sure that they are living a life that they are really proud of. And if that means for a little bit that the internet has to disappear, even if it makes life easier for them in a lot of ways, the internet disappears and you can be the bad guy. If that means that friends are being horrible on social media, then that's okay for them to take a break, and you're happy to take the fall. You're happy to be the one that says, my parents said I have to take a social media break. Let them know that you are always on their team, especially when it comes to technology. That even as an adult, you have a difficult time regulating yourself. You have a difficult time turning it off. You have a difficult time not getting bogged down by what's on social media or getting pulled by ads that you see online. Let them know that that is part of being human and that you are there on their team to do anything that you can to help them get through it. And that is the 10th thing. You've probably watched a bunch of these technology segments, and some of you might be thinking, wow, I have done so many things wrong. And if that is true, one of the things that is so important to me is that you know that it is never too late. It is never too late for you to be able to make a great decision for your family. You can go to your kids, you can say, I am so sorry. I gave you too much responsibility. I gave you too much freedom. That's not okay with me. Your brain's not ready, your body's not ready, and I am gonna have to scale back. And I know it's gonna be hard for a little bit. You might be angry at me, but I know in the long run that I am doing what's right for you and what's right for our family. You might have to scale back. You might have to apologize. You might have to take the blame or the fall for some things that they've already encountered or had to encounter online. But the great part about being a parent is that you can do better. If you feel called, if you feel like there's something that needs to change in your family, you can apologize and you can do better. And it's hard, and your kids aren't gonna like it, and they'll push back, but I know that in the end, they'll be really grateful that they had some boundaries and some parameters to help them live a more successful life when it comes to technology. I have been so grateful to be part of this I Am Mom Summit, and grateful to band with the other speakers who are so passionate about keeping our kids safe when it comes to technology. If you want to learn more about how to connect with your tweens or with your teens, how to be connected so that you can have these types of conversations so they can come to you when there's problems, I hope you'll join me on my Instagram, on my website. I'm at Brooke Romney Writes on Instagram, at brookeromney.com online. I published 2 books called 52 Modern Manners for Teens, Volume 1 and Volume 2. These books help teach kids and parents how to be connected, how to use social norms, how to be safe online in really small little bits of wisdom. And I hope you'll check those out on Amazon. And I wish you all the luck. I'm parenting with you. I still make a million mistakes, but I am so grateful for the things that I've learned and the companies that have allowed us to do technology better.
So excited to be with Brooke Romney. We just got to hear her session. Brooke, your session spoke to my heart. I seriously was like, I have a 13-year-old right now who I have already told you guys has a smartphone already, and I feel like I've opened Pandora's box. Like, what do I do? Like, how do I get this back in? Like, I did this wrong. And it's funny, in the chat, we're getting all these questions and people saying, what do I do? My kid already has a phone. So what would your advice be to parents in our situation who are like, too deep in to turn back now? Like the pancake. How do we keep them from being a burnt pancake?
Well, I love what Dave said, and I'll echo that. letting them know that you made a mistake, there's nothing wrong with that. It also helps them understand that it's okay for them to make mistakes, and that when they make mistakes, they can come to you, and when you make mistakes, you can go to them, and you guys can start figuring it out together. One of the things that's been really powerful in my relationship with my teens is to make sure they know that I'm on their team. It's not mom versus you and the cell phone. Mm-hmm. It's all of us on the same team, because I really want them to have a successful, fulfilling, happy life. And I think we learned in the Digital Candy episode, being able to do that is really difficult if you're constantly getting hit by adrenaline rushes and dopamine fixes. And so when they understand that I'm on their team and I want what's best for them, we can start working on it together.
Well, it kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off of us too, because I constantly will be in the car with my 13-year-old and I'm like, do you think I'm a grown-up? Because I am not a grown-up. Like, my parents were grown-ups, but I'm not. We think we have this responsibility and they're looking to us, which they are, but we don't need to be perfect. And it kind of will help them feel closer if we can say, I need your help in this too. We're doing this together. I love that you said, I don't have to be perfect, know all the answers, be the enforcer. You can help and learn and decide together, right?
I love that. And as we have more open conversations in ways that aren't around technology, so they know that we're on their team, they know that we're on their side, then when we have those, we can open it up to them and say, like, how do you feel? How is your screen time going? Do you feel like you have time for the things that are important to you? Are you connecting with enough people? Like, are you having trouble with this? What can I do to help you live a successful life? And then all of a sudden, it's not like, I'm taking this away, I'm putting these time limits on. It's turning around and they say, like, you know what, I probably should turn it in like maybe 30 minutes earlier. Like, I'm staying up too late. And not every kid will do that right away. But as you create these relationships, I think it becomes something that they might do. Your teenager might even come to you at some point and say, like, internet's not working for me. Mm-hmm. Like, it's too much. And you can say something like, I get that. Mm-hmm. It's too much for me sometimes too. Or maybe your daughter comes to you and says, like, things are rough on social media. Like, people are being so mean. You're like, would you like me to tell you that you need to take a social media break? I can be the bad guy anytime for you. And sometimes, and you can relate that too. Like, I get that. Things are hard right now in our family and everybody else is doing all the fun things. I'm taking a break over spring break because I can't see every family at Disneyland in Paris when we're sitting home in the cold. So,
How are they all going there, by the way?
Right?
Like, come on, give me some of those sky miles. Okay,
yeah.
I love what you're saying about how we need to have these conversations with more things than just the media. I feel like really nervous for all of our kids watching this tonight because we're going to go home and we're going to be like, guess what? Pull out those phones. I am equipped and we've got changes. But you have this great flip book that I actually have in my house. And I love what you're saying, that you need to start having other conversations with your kids, creating those connections, working with them, building the relationship almost before you're getting into some of this stuff. You can back it up to the basics. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we don't only have contentious conversations with our kids, that we have fun conversations, that we have interesting conversations, that we ask our kids for their opinion, that they feel like there's a good amount of respect between the two of us. So maybe they do have a different idea when it comes to to their digital life. They can bring that to us and we can talk about it and we can figure out solutions. And that's one of the reasons why I created my flip book, is so that we have opportunities to have those conversations, the good ones, the fun ones, the interesting ones, not just the hard ones.
And that's a great place to start. It's a great place to go home today. Maybe that's what you do, is you go home and you start having other conversations with your kids, getting closer to them and work this into it. I love that, because they'll respect you more with it when they feel like they have some more control.
Yes, and when they really think that you're on their side, as opposed to just like, sometimes my kids like to call me the buzzkill. Mm-hmm. But if you're not always the buzzkill, then you can be when it's important.
Yeah, no, you definitely can. I love it. I also love that you said you need to have respect for your kids and they need respect for you, because my 3-year-old has no respect for me. She's so rude. Okay, thank you so much, Brooke, for being here today and helping us know what to do when we've already maybe given our kids a smartphone, how we can approach that. And also I loved these baby steps, how you can, for the next kids that aren't our pancakes, moving on with them. Well, in our next session, we get to learn tips from Tanner Clark on being present as a parent.
Welcome to the I Am Mom Summit. My name is Tanner Clark, and I am clearly not a mom. But I am a dad. I'm actually a father of 4. I have 2 teenagers, which remind me every single day that I'm not funny and that I don't know as much as I think I do. But I have a 16-year-old daughter who scares me every single day, and it's not because she's driving. It's because of all the other things that come with being a 16-year-old girl. I've got a 13-year-old son who is just incredible and the light of my life. I've got a 10-year-old tween-age daughter who is the epitome of a tweenager. And I've got a 7-year-old son who tests our patience more than any of the other kids. For some reason, he's convinced all of his friends and his teachers to call him Bob. And he's even asked us to legally change his name to Bob, which we're not going to do. But I've been married to my beautiful wife and best friend for over 18 years, and we live in Midway, Utah. I'm also a teen advocate and motivational speaker. I have the privilege and blessing of going into middle schools and high schools, churches, and talking with teenagers about their self-worth, helping them recognize their value and how just truly incredible they are. I also get to talk with teenagers about the things that are hurting their hearts and holding them back from becoming the person that they can become. Because let's face it, teenagers are facing a lot of trials and a lot of struggles that we didn't face when we were young. But I also believe that teenagers have this incredible ability. They have the power and they have the control to overcome all of the challenges that they're facing right now. And I get to help them recognize that this tough time that they're in, this challenging period, it's really only 7% of their entire life, and things are going to get so much better. But for the next few minutes, I hope I can share with you something that will help you help them. And at the end of the day, that's why we're all here. We're all here because we get to pour into our families. We get to pour into the people we love. And unfortunately, sometimes we pour from an empty cup and it's exhausting. And so I'm grateful that you're here. I'm grateful that you're coming to listen to all these incredible speakers who are going to give you all these tips and all this advice, because when we fill our cup, I believe when we fill our cup, not just to the top, but when we overflow our cup, that's when we can continually pour into the people that we love. And that's what it takes. And so I'm grateful you're here, and I'm grateful we get to talk today and that we get to do this. A couple of years ago, I had an experience that literally changed my life. It changed the way I see the world. It changed the way I raise my kids. It changed me into a better father and a better husband. But I was kneeling by my bed one night, and it was the magic time. You know this time of night, right? The kids have just gone to bed, and you can finally have peace, right? You know what I'm talking about. Because being a parent is exhausting. I mean, again, we've spent our entire day pouring into these people we love. And whether you work like I do, or you're a stay-at-home mom, which means you work harder than I do, like, this is the time. This is the magic time. And we get to sit down and we get to watch Netflix and binge watch Grey's Anatomy for the 1000th time. At least that's what my wife does. But you know what I'm talking about, right? And so this night I was kneeling by the bed, and I was actually on my phone. I was scrolling Instagram. I know, the worst thing that you could possibly do for a digital conference like this. But I was scrolling Instagram, and then I heard it. Footsteps, little footsteps walking down the hall, little dreaded footsteps. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see my daughter. And she was just waiting for me to ask her what was wrong. And Quincy's my get out of bed child. She's the one who is almost every night getting out of bed. And there's always something, right? She needs a drink of water. Her head hurts. Her stomach hurts. And on this particular night, I said, Quincy, what's wrong? And she said, Dad, my toe hurts. Took a deep breath, right? And usually, like so many nights before, I would just give her a quick hug, tell her that sleep is going to help her feel better, and I would send her off to her room. But tonight was different. I felt something was different. Tonight, I could tell that something was off. And, you know, what I've learned also in life is that kids speak in code. They don't tell us what they're thinking. They don't tell us their emotions or what's wrong, but they show us. They show us with their actions. They show us with their facial expressions. And on this particular night, I felt something was off. And so I called her over, and while she was walking over, I threw my phone across the bed, and I made a decision right then and there that I was going to hug her until she let go. And she held me for 5 minutes. And as I held her, my heart sank. I thought about the hundreds of 2-second off to bed hugs that I'd given her. I thought about all of the times where I had just shoved her away and missed an opportunity to love my daughter and show her how much I love her so that I could protect my peace. And I learned 2 valuable lessons that night. The first, we need to give our kids individual, intentional time every single day. And we need to love them as much as they need to be loved, not as much as we think they need to be loved. Because there's a big difference between what I thought, 2 seconds, and what she needed, 5 minutes. And so we need to love them as much as they need to be loved. The second thing I learned that night was that I had the power. I recognized that I had the power and the control over my smartphone and social media when in 1 single second of strength, I had the power to throw my phone across the room so that I could be present for my daughter and distance myself from the thing that was keeping me from loving her as much as she needed to be loved. You see, the amount of love we give our kids and our smartphones are inextricably intertwined, kind of like a Maverick and Rooster nosedive below the hard deck. Our smartphones are causing a downward spiral of joy in our kids' lives. And I see this every single time I go into a school and talk with teenagers. When I talk about FOMO and comparison and self-worth, and we talk about how many kids feel less than because their lives aren't as luxurious or as beautiful as the highlight reels of influencers that they see on Instagram. I see it in these teenagers' eyes every single time. Because the truth is, right now, in every home in America, there is a war being fought for our attention. Social media is the nuclear weapon, and the greatest casualties are today's teenagers. And it's happening for a couple of reasons. The first is, as a parent, we are so drawn to our smartphones, and sometimes, maybe we don't mean it, but we put our phone literally in between us and our kids. And when we do that, we devalue our kids while we increase the value of our smartphones. One study showed that 91% of adults always have their phone within arm's reach. Another study shows that 51% of teens say their parents are distracted by their smartphone when they're having a conversation. I mean, it's hard to feel loved when you're distracted while your kid's talking to you. The relationship we have with our kids has to be more important than the relationship with our phone. And I'd ask you, what's more important, that relationship or checking in on that influencer that we don't even know? What's more important, laughing at just one more meme online or creating memory moments, belly laughing with our teenagers in a way that we can never, ever replicate online? Now, let's be honest, I'm not getting rid of my smartphone and you're not getting rid of your smartphone, but I think we need to stop and do a little bit of self-reflection and ask ourselves, how strong is the relationship with our phones versus how strong is the relationship with our kids? Second, our teenagers are losing the attention war because the apps and devices are developed specifically with them in mind. Teenagers today are struggling. Anxiety, depression, suicide, all of these are on the rise. Suicide is the #2 cause of death amongst teenagers. And I believe if you look at the struggles and you look at the challenges that you're having in your home right now with your kids, or with yourself, or with your husband, if you look at the challenges that you're having, I believe that it all ties back to the moment you put a smartphone in their hand. Teenagers are spending on average 7 hours a day on their devices. If your teenager has Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Snapchat, or as I call it, crap chat, if they have all of these devices and they spend the average amount of time that teenagers spend on each one of them, then studies show they will spend 71 days, 71 full 24-hour days on those devices. That's 20% of their time. That's over 2 months of their year that they are invested in those 4 apps. And I always ask myself, if a teenager is going to reach their full potential, how can they do it if 20% of their time is spent in front of their phones and comparing themselves to people that they don't even know? I talked with a teenager not long ago, and she told me in one day that week, she spent 17.5 hours on TikTok. 17.5 hours on TikTok. That is what becoming a casualty of the attention war looks like. Our brain is this complex system that develops and grows as we grow, but the part of the brain that's responsible for logic, rational thought, decision making, it just doesn't develop in the teenager's brain until around the age of 25. Until then, teenagers are thinking emotionally. Ever asked your kid to pick up their socks off the floor or to empty the dishwasher, and it's like an all-out war broke loose in your house? It's because your teenagers are thinking emotionally. They're not thinking logically that if they just do this for 2 minutes that they'll get back to doing whatever they want to do. They think with this emotional part of their brain. And the more time that teenagers spend online with their devices in social media, the more they want it, because the dopamine that is communicated to their brain through those apps feels so good. I call it the feel-good funnel, and they want more, 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 more. And it works on a subconscious level. Have you ever had your phone off to the side and you just felt anxious that you needed to check it to see if you got any more likes, or you got any more views, or you got any more follows? That subconscious level is cortisol going to the brain that makes you believe that you need to check it, and it causes anxiety in us. And so the result is we check our phone. And right now there is a young, eager engineer who is coming up with the next feature or the next algorithm to trap the teenage brain even longer. They can do it just a little bit longer, they win, because there's big money, big companies spending big money to capture just one more second of your time, your teenager's time. They see the value in our teenagers. It's time that our teenagers start seeing the value in themselves. And that only happens when they devalue social media. Today, I would invite you to change the narrative in your life. Change the narrative in your teenager's life. Change the narrative in your home. Change the narrative in a way that strengthens the bond with your family and sets your teenagers up for success in a world that honestly doesn't care if they succeed. And it starts with a decision, a single decision that takes 1 second of strength to do. A decision that you will not become a statistic of the digital age, that you'll stop thinking, not my kid, and that you won't become a casualty of the attention war. Because when we take back our time and choose to be present in the moments that require our presence, the result is a strengthened family bond that cannot be broken. So fix your focus and turn your attention away from your phone and towards your kids, towards the things that matter most. Commit to spending individual, intentional time with your kids every single day. Try doing the thing that they love most. Maybe that's sports. Maybe that's dancing. Maybe it's video games. Mom, when was the last time you sat down and actually played a video game with your kid? It's probably been a while, if ever, right? But if that's their favorite thing, then maybe that's how we need to spend some intentional time with them. Commit to loving your kids as much as they need to be loved. Try hugging them until they let go. See how long they hold on. I bet it's longer than 2 seconds. Ask your teenagers, how are they really doing? Not just how you doing. How are they really doing? Find out. Remember, teenagers won't talk in words. They're not going to tell you their emotions or tell you what they're feeling, but their verbal cues will show it. Talk with them. Open up that dialogue. Don't freak out when they tell you something bad. Just love them. And if they're feeling trapped by social media, because teenagers tend to compare their lives to people they don't know. Because when we compare our lives to faux happiness on social media, the only result is our very real unhappiness. Talk with your teenagers. Talk with them. Tell them that they're not alone. Tell them that there's hope and that they can move on from the challenges that they're facing. But it starts with you. It starts with you putting down your phone and valuing your kids more than you value that smartphone. Winning the attention war starts with 1 single second of strength, and you have the power to do it. Thank you for letting me come. Thank you for spending this time with me. Again, my name is Tanner Clark. You can find me on Instagram at @RealTannerClark. And I'd love to hear from you. I hope this helped you. And I'd love to come to your school. And all you have to do that is reach out, connect with me, and we'll talk about coming to your school or your church so that we can help your teenagers wherever you're at.
Gab, the world's safest
smartest devices for kids. No internet, no social media, unlimited talk and text. Safe phones for kids, affordable for parents. Shop at gab.com.
So excited to get to sit with the real Tanner Clark.
There aren't any
Tanner
others.
Clark is here today with us. Tanner, that was a wake-up call to me. It made me so glad there's not a report on my phone that shows the usage, like weekly usage percentage of time spent engaging with my kids and time spent on my phone, because it would not be a good place. I know that for sure. You talk about being present in the present, and being there with the kids. What's your advice for parents that are wanting to do that, but really don't know where to begin? Like, what's their first step?
Do it. I mean,
It's easy.
It honestly, it's hard, right? Because just as the teenage brain is being impacted by the dopamine and all these things, so is our brain, right? And actually, even though we can think logically and we can do that, the power of the smartphone actually overrides that in our brain. And so it isn't uncommon that parents have this issue as well. But the real answer is do it, right? So if in that video I said I had to find my 1 second of strength, and in that moment I threw my phone across the bed. Like, it was almost like it was hot in my hand, like burning a hole in my hand. And I think if we really think about it, like, in those moments where we can recognize that we need to be present with our kids, it's as simple as literally distancing yourself from the phone. If it's in your pocket, if it's on the counter, if it's near you, you're gonna be drawn back to it. And so the recommendation is put it away, set it away, and then go spend that time with your kids.
I mean, how many times, seriously, are you at a stoplight, or maybe it's just me, and you're like, why is my phone up and this app is open? Like, I'm just at a stoplight. I didn't even mean to get that, you know? Or your phone's automatically in your hand, and you're like, what? I didn't even know that was by me.
Yeah,
it's just like something we grab.
I'll plead the fifth on that one.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. But what I really have found, so I listened to your segment the other day, and right when I got home, I was like, oh, I am doing that. I need to put the phone away and be with my kids. And what you don't realize is that your kids want that. When you put your phone away, I didn't even have to ask my kids to put their screens away. When I went and engaged with them, they were hungry for it. They were like, oh, mom's paying attention to me now. I want to pay attention back to her, you know? And they were engaging, and it was, one, so much fun. Two, so sad to me that I was like, ooh, I should be doing this a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, we are here to be better parents. That's why we're all here. And I think that when we get down to the root of it, teenagers, kids, all kids just want love and affection. That's what they crave. And just too often we are not giving that to them. And so the real thing we need to do is just simply put your phone away, go give them the attention. Like, when kids are crazy and they're running all over the house and whatnot, they're seeking attention, even if it's negative attention. They just want attention. And so by putting our phone down and giving it to them, spending that intentional time daily with them, which is what I recommend.
And I love that intentional,
right? And it has to be focused for each kid. And sometimes you can play a game as a family and those sorts of things, but when we are intentional with those moments, then our kids will recognize it, and that's how they'll grow, and that's how they'll develop the best.
And then maybe they're going to get it right. Maybe they're going to get it right with their kids when they're parents. So I loved this comment we got in from the audience. It was talking about how someone said their 10-year-old daughter said she wants a phone because when they're sitting at the table with their extended family and everyone, she feels left out because everyone else is on their phones. So we have Thanksgiving coming up, lots of big group activities. I mean, how do you broach this subject? Not like we have control over what we're doing in our own homes, but what would your advice be to people who are going out to be in big groups with their family, with friends, meeting together, of how we can kind of do this together?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts with communications and conversations, right? So open that conversation. Even if it's going to Thanksgiving dinner or whatever with your family, send a text message and say, hey, let's do no phones this year. Mm-hmm. Let's just have conversation. Let's show our kids how we can do this and how we can love them more. And I think when we start to do that, our kids are going to follow, right? We're the leaders. We have the opportunity to be the biggest influencer in our kids' lives. And too often we hand that responsibility off to other people. And so in those group settings with their friends, they can be the leader of those friends. But it starts with conversations, and it starts with showing the way, and then other people will follow.
Yeah. Tanner, thank you so much for being
Thank you.
here today. As you said, you can follow and find you and more advice, parenting tips on at Real Tanner Clark on Instagram, but don't do it when you're around your kids. Maybe keep the phone
Or
down,
in your
right?
car.
Or driving. Or driving. Don't do that. Thank you so much. Okay. Next up, we have an important message from Kristen Jenson.
Hi, my name is Kristen Jenson, and I am the founder of Defend Young Minds and the author of Good Pictures, Bad Pictures, and Good Pictures, Bad Pictures Junior. Today, I want to discuss 7 mistakes that parents make when they find out their kid is watching porn, because how you react and respond is going to really influence how you can help your child in the future. So let's jump right into this. Okay, number 1 mistake is just to react too quickly. This is one of the most common mistakes parents make when they find out that their child is watching porn. So instead of blowing up at your kid or confronting them with big emotions, it's best to take some time to deal with your own emotions first, right? You might feel angry, fearful, you might feel guilty, or even physically sick. Take 24, 48, or even 72 hours to calm yourself down. Then when you've dealt with your own emotions, make a plan for dealing with your child. There are certain questions you'll want to get answered, and you'll need a reasonable plan for disciplining your child and setting up some better guidelines. So how you respond makes a huge difference in your relationship and your ability to influence your child going forward. Thankfully, we've got you covered at Defend Young Minds. So check out our parent guide entitled My Kid Saw Porn, Now What? For our complete step-by-step plan for dealing with this challenging situation. The second mistake is to use shame as a deterrent when you find out that your child has been searching for, looking at porn. And, although most of my work is devoted to teaching kids to reject pornography, there is still so much prevention work that can go on even after a child gets exposed or has kind of let their curiosity get the best of them. So we don't want to use shame as a deterrent. An upset parent might say something like, I can't believe you would do something like this, or I'm so disappointed in you, or I didn't raise you to act this way. When you react with anger, shock, and shaming, your child may see themselves as a bad kid instead of a good kid who simply made a bad choice. That shame may lead kids to be more secretive, and you want them to be more open. So instead, here are some ways you can respond that are more helpful. I'm sorry you were faced with this. What are some of the consequences of your decision? Or help me understand. How did you feel when you decided to do this? And how did you feel afterwards? Or it's hard to know what to do in situations like this. If you could do this over, what could you do better next time? These questions reflect a growth mindset and help reduce the limiting factor of shame, which leads to a fixed mindset and also secrecy. Okay, there are some parents who just want to ignore the problem of pornography exposure. I know that some parents are so stressed and overcome with fear, and they just want to pretend it didn't happen. So that's number 3, is ignore the problem. Now, maybe they want to pretend it didn't happen, or maybe worse, they believe that viewing porn is just a normal part of growing up and learning about sex. The problem with ignoring a child's exposure to porn is that silence may be viewed as approval or condoning looking at pornography. And today's porn is violent, racist, and incredibly degrading, especially to women. So despite your anxiety, lean into your discomfort. Start helping them understand the harms of pornography. Give them solid reasons to reject it. Your child deserves to understand that what they've seen in pornography in no way portrays a healthy model for their own sexual future. Okay, number four, mistake number four is to take away all technology. Sometimes parents have this knee-jerk reaction and they just want to take away every portal to porn they have, everything forever. But this knee-jerk reaction can backfire. It's much better to work out reasonable consequences that discipline your child without completely shutting them down from all of their digital communication and all of their friends. This is where a safer phone like Gab, Pinwheel, or Troomy can come in handy. And we have a great article about that on our website, defendyoungminds.com. Instead of banning all technology, begin digital safety training with them, like using Brain Defense Digital Safety, which is our curriculum for kids ages 7 to 11. And then help them to develop refusal skills when they're in tricky situations. And finally, figure out why they're using pornography and find better solutions. So for example, if they're using pornography for stress relief or to distract them from negative emotions, help them to develop healthier coping skills and more emotional resilience. Number 5, make dire assumptions. That's mistake number 5. I know there are a lot of horror stories out there about porn addiction and divorce. I know it's easy to panic, but it's so much better to calm your fears, calm down. Don't assume the worst about your child, that they're rebelling against your values or going to become an addict or they're going to become a sex offender or never be able to have a happy marriage. Don't let fear overshadow the facts, right? Instead, remember that most of the worst stories are of people who had no one helping them when they were young. You, on the other hand, have the opportunity to talk lovingly and calmly with your kid, which is exactly what they need to get back on track. Okay, mistake number 6, blame yourself for everything. Sometimes when a parent finds out their child has looked at porn, they may blame themselves entirely. And this is a mistake. We often let our children's failures and successes reflect on us personally. We've all heard the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but guess what? Your child is not an apple, and they make their own decisions, good and bad, just like we do. Blaming yourself actually gives you an exaggerated sense of responsibility and control over the problem. In fact, you can't make your child stop looking at porn. I mean, you can do some things to hinder their access, which would be good. But the better thing for you to do is to try to persuade them and help them with love, support, and resources. Remember, the fact that your child looked at porn does not make you a bad parent any more than it makes your child a bad kid. Again, the most important thing is reinforcing your relationship, accept what's happened, and focus on ways to move forward. Okay, mistake number 7, have a one and done conversation. So sometimes we just want to check the box, right? Have the conversation, we're done with that, and just cross our fingers, hope that they'll remember everything and they'll do everything that we wanted them to. But it might be tempting to do this, but it's really never a one and done conversation when it comes to pornography. The temptation to look at porn isn't magically overcome just because you talked about it once. It's a constant threat that needs constant attention. So I know some parents, they have like regular tech talks, and they might use social media posts or newsletters to trigger those talking points. You can bring it up during a car ride or a walk when you're alone together. You could ask, hey, since the last time we talked, have you felt tempted to look at porn? If so, what did you do? Can we brainstorm some new ideas if you need them? Or do thoughts of what you've seen keep coming back? What do you do when that happens? How can I help? By the way, there are some specific strategies that you can use to neutralize and minimize those memories. You can find some of that in my book, Good Pictures, Bad Pictures, Porn Proofing Today's Young Kids. Now, my final plea is to reject toxic perfectionism. Give everyone, including yourself, some grace. Remember, there are do-overs for parents as well as for kids. It's good to rehearse how you'll react if this comes, if this happens to your child. When you respond with love, and in a calm manner, you can change a potential confrontation into a moment of powerful connection that builds trust between you and your child. Give yourself some grace, and remember, no kid deserves to face the porn industry alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kristen, for that session. I actually have the book, Good Pictures, Bad Pictures, at my house, and it's been so helpful in teaching my kids and kind of bringing this topic up. So I definitely recommend that. Okay, right now we're switching things up for a minute. I want to welcome back to the stage Jamie Taylor, and we also have Jen Smith here at the table. And what Jen doesn't realize is that she is this year's winner of the Nominate a Mom giveaway. So Jamie.
Okay, so we were mean and we told her she was coming up from the audience just to talk about mom stuff. But every year we do a Nominate a Mom, and we ask our audience, when you register, to nominate someone who's well-deserving, a mom that is, hardworking, sacrificing for her kids, just within the community, working, really, really hard. And your friend, do you want to say? Yeah.
Jessica Davis actually nominated you for this award, and I actually want to read a little bit of what she wrote in the nomination. She said, Jen is the head of the trampoline and tumbling team at 3 Black Diamond gym locations. The impact she has on kids in this program is truly life-altering. Kids have literally thanked her for saving their lives because the sport, the sport, and more importantly, the focus, attention, and support she gives every kid provides structure, guidance, and a sense of accomplishment and pride they don't always get from other areas of their lives. On top of that, Jen is entirely selfless with her time to support the team, the kids, and the parents. Given the nature of the sport, she spends a lot of time at all 3 gyms in the afternoons and evenings. That means giving up some of her own time with family. She's a single mom to 4 kids, which is extremely challenging for a parent that makes a coach's salary. But I've never once heard her complain about the schedule or the money. She does it because she loves the kids and loves being a part of their lives. So, Jen, how are you feeling? You feeling pretty good?
Should we tell her what she gets? I was like, what do I get? We're gonna have someone hand it to us right here. Okay, so this is what you're gonna get. So Shine has donated a very large amount of a gift card for you, and they wish they could be here today to give it to you. But all the types of things, makeup and stuff like that, and all the things that can, are fun to use. We're really grateful for Shine and their mission, helping women. I love it because it's a women-run organization. I love the CEO, Darcy Wilds.
And sometimes moms need, you're doing so much for not just your kids, but so many kids out there and their parents that trust you and count on you. So I'm glad you get something that's for you.
Yes. Okay, and then this one is also just as exciting, but this is from Gab. They're giving you a free device, so you can choose.
This is the better solution. We were talking about this behind the scenes. And
a phone of your choice or a watch, and 1 free year of service. So you have a full year of service. So that is on Gab, and we're just so proud of you. And you're in the trenches.
Yeah. Well, and you said, so I want to ask you, Jen, because you were talking about, we both have 6th graders, and it's hard because you're a single mom. You need to be working, you need siblings picking her up and being able to get a hold of her, and you were struggling trying to figure out what to do with the smartphone. So now you've got a Gab. How's that going to change your life?
Oh, it will, not that it will take away the stress, because I know I'll always be worried about what's going on that device. But I would have never given her a phone if I didn't have to. And so this is huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
And now you're going to have that. Well, we're so excited that you got this.
Thank you.
I promise we're happy about it.
We were a little worried. I'm like, I can't see her in the audience. Where is she? And I found her in the lobby, so that's good.
Well, thank you so much,
Oh,
and thank you. And
so very
thanks
much.
to Jessica Davis. Make sure to
Yes.
thank her because
I
she's
will.
the one that nominated you. Up next, we have Dr. Julie Hanks, and she's going to give us tips on emotional self-soothing without our phones.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie Hanks. Welcome to my session. We're going to be talking about emotional self-soothing without technology. Okay, I am a therapist. I've worked with women and families in Utah for almost 30 years. I'm an author of the Assertiveness Guide for Women. I'm host of the Ask Dr. Julie Hanks podcast. I'm a media and online personality, performing songwriter, and I've been married 33 years. I have 4 children, 1 daughter-in-law, and 3 grandchildren. So I've been through the gamut of raising children as well. So as a fellow parent, I can relate. What I've noticed in my parenting and in families that I've worked with through the years is that there's this increasing use of technology consistently throughout the day. And I don't think that that alone is bad. But I want to talk with you about the problem of when we feel something uncomfortable, we go to technology. Adults do it, kids do it. It's like, I feel lonely, or I feel scared, or I feel uncomfortable, or I'm bored. And there's something we can go to, our phone, or video game, or computer, email. And so we don't have the chance to stop and feel our emotions and learn how to process them and then use them to make our lives better. We just kind of numb with technology. And that's a problem because that creates disconnection in our relationships. Okay, so here we go. Okay, the first thing I want you to ask is, when you feel yourself reach for your technology device, ask yourself, so pause and ask, what am I feeling right now? And take a few minutes, and you can think it in your mind or write it down. What am I feeling? I'm stressed about my presentation at work, or, oh, I blew it with my kids this morning. I feel really bad about that. And just identify what you're feeling. Now, there are bodily sensations that we have that indicate what feelings we have. So I want you to try a body scan. So what you do is you start at the top of your head and scan down your body and notice, okay, I have tightness here. I maybe have tightness in my chest, or like my arms feel heavy, whatever, my stomach's in knots. Identify in your body what's happening, okay? So that's number one. You do a body scan from head to toe. And then it's important to label the emotion. So there are 6 basic emotions: happy, mad, sad, scared, surprise, disgust. Okay? Happy, mad, sad, scared, deprived, surprise, not deprived, surprise, disgust. And I put shame with disgust because that's a common emotion as well. So ask yourself, which one of those am I most closely feeling, or describes what I'm feeling? And once you get those basics down and you teach your kids the basic emotions, then you can kind of branch out and increase your feeling vocabulary. And so you can say, oh, I'm feeling scared, or is it trepidation, or is it fearful? Like, what's the word? So the better we can get at labeling our emotions, the better we're able to communicate what we're feeling and get our needs met. And it lowers the intensity. Just naming and labeling your emotion lowers the intensity and makes it more manageable. So that is a good thing. Next, after labeling your emotion, I want you to acknowledge your experience. What is going on right now that may have triggered this emotion? So what's the situation that you are facing? So for a child, it might be, nobody sat by me at lunch, and I'm really sad about that. So acknowledge the situation. What is it that's impacting your emotions? Once you've identified the situation, so your feelings, the situation, then I want you to practice this self-soothing breathing technique. It's called box breathing. It's called box breathing because you go breathe in for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, breathe out for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds. And you just keep going around doing the same thing. So it's kind of makes this square. So it's called box breathing. It's a good way to recognize it. So that will help pause and create some distance between what you're feeling. It also helps calm your nervous system down. So that is really important. Next, I want you to identify your thought. What is the thought that I'm having right now? It might be, I'm a horrible parent. I blew it, you know. It might be, I don't have any friends. It might be, no one invites me to activities. So too often we think our thoughts and we think that we are our thoughts and that our thoughts are true, when they're really just things passing through our brain, just information. Some of it might be true, some of it's not true, but we don't even ask ourselves often if it's true. So what I want you to do is identify a thought that you're thinking relating to the situation that you're facing, and ask yourself a few questions. Is it true? I'm a horrible parent. Let's take that one. Is it true? Well, I felt like it this morning, but yesterday I kind of killed it with being the room mom and, you know, whatever. So there's probably evidence for it and that kind of against it. And so it's like, well, kind of depends on the day. So it's not true, like factually true, like I'm a horrible parent. Okay. So next, ask yourself, is this thought serving me? So how do you behave? How do you feel? How do you act in your life when you believe you're a horrible parent? Well, you probably beat yourself up. You probably are less patient with your kids. So you can see that this thought is not serving you. So then I want you to pick a replacement thought that's healthier and that does serve you. So, you know, I'm a fairly decent parent. I'm a good enough parent, because that seems like attainable. I'm a good enough parent. I have some ups and downs, but generally, more often than not, I'm a good parent. So you can replace that thought, and that changes how you feel. It may not change the circumstance, but over time, you behave in a different way when you change that thought or belief. All right. Next, I want you to move your body. So when you're feeling something, especially uncomfortable, it can help to get outside and just move your body. That could be just dancing in place, turn on music. It could be going for a walk. And this is really important for kids too. They could go jump on the trampoline, go run around the yard. Physical activity is really important to produce endorphins and dopamine and help improve our mood and help us feel better. Another strategy for when you have an uncomfortable emotion and you don't want to reach for technology, you can reach for a person, another person, reach for connection. Talk to a trusted loved one or friend about what you're feeling. Encourage your kids to talk to you. What's going on? You seem kind of down. Let's talk. We need to feel touch. We need to see eye contact. And those are the things that we miss when we have an uncomfortable experience or feeling and then go straight to technology. We need connection with real human beings. So let's just review. I want you to ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Scan your body for the sensation, label the feeling, acknowledge what the external experience is, ask yourself, what am I thinking? And then you're going to move your body or reach out for connection with someone else. So those are some ways that you can manage your emotions, develop emotional intelligence, and help your kids to do the same without technology. Thank you so much for coming to my session. I'm Dr. Julie Hanks. If you'd like to connect with me, I'm on social media at Dr. Julie Hanks. drjuliehanks.com is my website. And for therapy in Utah, wasatchfamilytherapy.com. Also, wherever you get podcasts, you can listen to Ask Dr. Julie Hanks. Thanks so much for joining me.
I am so excited to be sitting here with Dr. Julie Hanks. I've been a fan for a long time. You are so helpful. If you don't follow her on social media, you need to, because you're doing a lot of good out there in the world and in the Miller home. So thank you. When I listened to this session, I felt so seen in ways I didn't even know I needed to be seen. I didn't know that I was doing this. I was reaching. I mean, this is how I numb. This is how I numb the pain. I know there are different addictions that could numb pain, but this is mine that I go to anytime I'm feeling sad or overwhelmed or not good enough. That's what I do. I go like onto my phone and I always like check an email. I just turn to it. There's no even reason I'm doing it. Why is that? Why do we go to the phone?
Because it's a lot closer than the fridge.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
hey,
in your
that's
pocket,
a great diet plan.
right? It's just right here. I mean, it's like if you are a chain smoker, you know, carrying your pack of cigarettes, it's just right here all the time. And so the moment we feel something uncomfortable, we can get rid of that feeling temporarily by doing something that gives us this high. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't we, right? It's so tempting. I do it all the time. So I gave this talk for me because I'm like, okay, I've got to do better with this. So I try to practice what I preach in here, but you know, I don't do it perfectly.
Well, and you give great tips in there of what to reach for or do instead, but it's hard. Well, it's hard. I don't want to do those things and feel those emotions.
So we have those emotions, so we reach out to other human beings. But that is risky. Your phone never rejects you. It always accepts your face when you look at it, right? Like it opens for you when you look at it. And there's no rejection or it's just always there, right? And people aren't. And so it's a lot riskier to reach for someone and say, Jessie, I'm having a really crappy day and I'm on the verge of tears. And, what if you're like, well, too bad, Julie, see you later,
Face not recognized.
Yeah. Face not, does not compute.
Well, and what we do also is use it as a way to procrastinate. That's me. Like, not just procrastinate things I need to do, but procrastinate actually sitting in these emotions and dealing with these emotions.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So it takes a conscious effort to do that. And that's why I say you have to stop first, pause, and create some distance between the emotion and just picking up your phone and ask, okay, what is going on in my body and what am I feeling? And I cannot say enough about the importance of labeling your emotions. Just being able to say, oh, I'm really lonely. Okay, because lonely, now I know what to do. Right, my phone's not going to help me be less lonely, but I can call my friend or I can reach out or,
When you know what it is,
when you know
the
what
next
it is,
step.
It helps direct your behavior.
Even if it's hard.
Even if it's hard.
Even if it's hard. Okay, we had this question sent in from the audience. You talk out there. I mean, you talked in the session about feeling like, well, I blew it today as a parent, and how you need to, the self-talk you need to have of being like, it wasn't that bad. I was okay, like give myself some credit. Yeah. But how do you genuinely apologize and mend relationships with young kids after you blow it, after you have that day? I usually don't realize I've blown it until they're asleep and I like them again. And I'm like, well, I should have done things a lot differently today.
Yeah, so you can apologize just like you would to anyone else. I mean, we kind of think somehow kids are different. Mm-hmm. I remember one time I lost it with my daughter. She would not clean her room, and I nagged her, and after a day of thinking about it, I realized it's because I was afraid I was a bad mom. That's why I lost it. Like, I'm not teaching her how to take care of her stuff, and she's going to grow up and be on Hoarders, and she's going to, like, it's going to be horrible. And I realized it was really about me. And I said to her, Macy, I am so sorry. That was not about you. That was about me, worrying that I'm not a good enough mom for you, and will you forgive me? And she burst into tears and gave me a hug. So just like you would anyone else. I mean, she was 5 or 6. But just, I'm sorry, and then own your part. Not like we tend to go, well, I'm sorry, but if you would clean up your room, then I wouldn't have to get mad at you. Like, that's not an apology. Own your part.
Ooh, that's hard.
It's so hard. It's so hard, I know.
I'm glad my husband's actually left now, so that's fine. Because he'd be like, it is really hard for Jessie to apologize and ever own her part. Okay, something else that we got in from the audience is, do you have any resources to share with parents and kids out there, you know, when we need to talk to our kids about it, but they don't want to hear it from us? Like, where can they go?
Where can they go for, like, mental health information?
Yeah, like about self-soothing.
Oh,
and they're like,
gotcha.
oh, Mom, you, like, whatever, you're on your phone too. And I'm
Yes.
like, shh, you know.
Every child needs a good therapist.
Like, at what age? At what age?
You know what? 3? Yeah, really.
We've all heard a lot
Really
about
start
this.
there.
Apparently we have serious
You
issues,
can-
me and Hallow.
We do see 3-year-olds, actually, at my clinics. But we do prevention for health, for teeth. Why don't we do it for mental health? What if you took your kid in once a year just for a mental health checkup?
Like a well
So
check.
they have someone that they know they can talk to.
Yeah.
Right? So if they can't talk to you or they don't want to hear it from you, that's where friends' parents come in. So talk to the friends' parents, because I don't know about you, but my kids will always listen to other people.
Oh, yeah.
Other people's parents more
It
than
can
they
be the
listen to
same
me.
advice,
And
but it doesn't make
like
sense
word
until
for
they hear it
word.
from them.
Yeah. So like prep the friends' parents and tell them, hey, will you teach my
Yeah.
kid this? And it's more likely that it'll sink in.
Yeah, okay. I want to go really quick back into therapy and how, I mean, we're self-soothing with this and we're using technology, but we need to get back into this. My hardest challenge, and I know so many of us out there that know we need therapy recognized, even as a well check, the hardest thing is finding a therapist. Like, where do you go? What would be your first resource to people who are going? I mean, I know you're a therapist, but what would you say?
Yeah.
Googling, word of mouth, like what?
Word of mouth. Talk to a friend, because it's really, honestly, it's hit and miss with therapists. And there are a lot of really good therapists and there are a lot of really bad ones. And it's like dating. You know, you don't click with the first one, you move on.
Yeah.
And that's okay with therapy too. You should know within 3 sessions
Okay.
if it's a good fit for you.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to move to a different therapist. But if you're going to like 10 different therapists, and it's probably you.
Oh yeah, yeah. We need like a speed dating for
Really,
therapists. Like, are you the one? Is there a Match.com?
There's also psychologytoday.com where you can see therapist profile, you can search by issue, insurance, age, religious preference, all these different search criteria and location, and so that's a really great resource. And then just Google search too. Most therapists have websites now where you can see their face, you can watch a video, read about their credentials and their philosophy, so you can get kind of a feel, do your homework before you actually go in and see them.
Do a little bit of the legwork. Thank you so much,
You're
Julie,
welcome.
for
Thanks,
being
Jessie.
here today. Coming up, Jennifer Borget is sharing a way your family can enjoy screen time together. And as a special treat, she is actually going to be on the live chat right now. So while you're watching, jump on, ask her your questions.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Borget. I'm so excited to be here and chatting with you today about Family Movie Night, which is a simple tradition that can help you build your relationship. So, you know, we talk a lot about media and how it can be scary sometimes as parents, especially with social media and all these things that are at our kids' fingertips. But not all media has to be scary, and it can actually be something that brings you guys together. That's something we've been doing with our family for years, and I'm just excited to kind of break it down and give you some tips for starting this tradition if you don't have it already, or if it's something you've been trying to do but you haven't been able to get it off the ground. Hopefully this helps. First of all, I am a mom of 3 myself. My youngest daughter is 4. I have a son who's 9 and my oldest daughter is 12. And we have been watching movies together pretty much their entire lives. Like, I used to stay up late at night and wash my oldest daughter's hair when my husband was working overnight, and we would watch a Disney movie together and talk about it. So she got to see all the classics from a really young age. And it's something that she still loves, and like, she's my movie trivia whiz to this day, and I'm hoping that she continues to be, and we continue to share that bond through the years. And then my other 2 kids, they're growing up and kind of doing the same. So hopefully this session will give you some inspiration and some ideas for how, even if you aren't like big movie fans, just something that can bring you guys together, you know, because in this world today, like, it's so fast paced and moving, and we've got all these distractions with, you know, our work and school and friendships and sports, and we just get so busy with all the different activities. But it's nice to slow down and connect with each other, even if it's something like simple, like a family movie night. That's not like this big production that you have to come up with of an activity to do every week. You know, it's something simple. So I'm gonna help you get started, get you going with this. And also I have a freebie for you, like I promised, that I'll share towards the end, so you can pick that up and you know where to get it right away. So the first tip I have is to set a time and take turns. So, you know, with any tradition or something that you start with a family or friends, you're more likely to hold yourself to it if you have a regular schedule, you know, like, okay, we are going to go running every day at 6 a.m. or something like that. So if you put it on the schedule, your family knows, okay, Friday night, 7 o'clock, that's when our movie night is. Then if something else comes up, like, oh, my friend invited me to go play, it's like, okay, well, it's family movie night, you know? And my kids, they know that, like, oh, okay, it's family movie night, so are we gonna move the our tradition, or are we gonna invite the friend over to join us? You know, there's lots of different options, but we know this is on our schedule, this is something we do. It's not always easy to do. You know, sometimes we have someone going out of town for work, or we're traveling for a sports game or something like that, but our movie night is so special for us that we always make sure that we move it. Okay, if we're not doing it Friday this week, are we gonna do it Thursday or Saturday, or what other day are we gonna move it to? But that really helps us to keep the tradition going, as does taking turns. So one thing that saves so much time, like, people tell me all the time, you know, we can't ever agree on what we wanna watch for movie night. Try taking turns and see how that goes. In our family, we all have completely different interests. You know, my son is a big animal lover, and he loves like action movies. My oldest daughter loves musicals and Disney and adventure and Percy Jackson. And then my youngest, like, she's still kind of figuring out what she likes, but she is into animated movies, and surprisingly, she really likes to watch new things, so we get to discover different things. And then we've got my husband and I. My husband loves Rocky movies, so he is almost always picking something with Sylvester Stallone. And then I am like to pick things from the 90s that are nostalgic for me to introduce my kids to. We have completely different interests. You know, if we were to vote on a movie every week, that would not go well. It would take forever, and someone would always be mad. But when we take turns, it allows us to respect each other and see each other's interest every week. So, you know, Godzilla is a movie that my son has picked before, and it's a movie that we would probably never vote to watch, but when it was his turn, he knew he had pick on what he got to choose. So we all sat down to watch Godzilla, and he loved how into it we were with him and getting excited and predicting what was gonna happen. He felt seen, and he felt like we were enjoying something that he was enjoying, and it's really nice to witness that each week with each member of our family. So that's something I really want to recommend you try, is to try, you know, if you can't agree on what to watch, or if you're picking the movie every week and it's hard to decide and it takes so much time, try setting a rotation and taking turns on who's going to pick the movie each week. The next tip is to set some ground rules. So in our home, you know, since we're taking turns every week, you know, one rule we have is to not argue with the picker, because sometimes my older kids would try to, you know, convince each other or convince their younger sister, oh, you should pick this. So we set a rule where you cannot try to change the movie picker's mind. You can't try to influence them. Let them choose the movie that they want to watch. You can also set a rule where there's no repeats for a certain amount of time. In our family, this might sound kind of harsh, but you can't repeat a movie pick for a year. You can watch the movie, you know, like my husband, I said he likes Rocky. He can watch it on the weekends. He can watch it other days. We can all sit down to watch it another time during the week. But on family movie night, you can only pick a movie once in a year. So if someone else has picked it too, and we flip back through our journal and we see, oh, someone picked this 8 months ago, you gotta wait a few more months to pick it. That's a rule that we have. So that's just an idea of some type of rules that you can make in your family to keep things fair and keep things fun. Another idea is to just make it fun and cozy. We're all, like I said, we're busy and we've got lots of things going on, but the more fun you make this tradition, and it doesn't have to be like this elaborate light show thing or, big projector screen that you're doing outside. Maybe you want to do that sometimes, but really just grab a bunch of blankets around the house and make a pillow fort, throwing them all on the floor, watch movies laying down and looking up at the TV. Just make it cozy and special. It's a chance to feel close as a family. A lot of times if you have more than one TV in your house, or if you have different iPads and phones, your kids can, tend to watch their own things, and everyone's watching their own things on different screens. But this is a chance to come together and watch something together, something that someone enjoys. We have a rule, another ground rule we have is no cell phones on during the movie, no other devices. Everyone's going to be focused on the movie that the picker is choosing that week. Another easy way to spike up your tradition is to bring snacks. Popcorn is always a hit, and it's easy, quick to make. We have another fun tradition with our weekly movie night where the movie picker also gets to choose the dinner or dessert that we're having that night. So sometimes that means we're having pizza, sometimes we're having Chick-fil-A. My daughter likes to pick ice cream whenever it's her turn, and sometimes I'll go out and get a special dessert when it's my turn, but that's something that can make it fun and special, and also something that everyone's looking forward to every week. When you're doing these things like taking turns and having a regular schedule, your family starts to get used to like, okay, this is what we're doing. You're building these memories, you're building these traditions and things that you're going to look back at and remember later. And, little things like choosing the dinner or making a pizza together are things that are going to stick and hopefully become, things that if they're not looking back on and enjoying as core memories, maybe you are. And then my final tip is something that really helps it all sink in, and that's reflecting on the movie after it's over. Especially for the person who chose the movie that week, a chance to just, what was your favorite part, and to talk about it, and who's your favorite character? What did you think? What parts made you laugh? We don't make a huge deal out about this. We have a movie night journal that we fill out our responses in, like who picked the movie, what was it, what was the date, what was your favorite part, did you have a quote that made you laugh? We don't make it this big ordeal that takes so much time before bed, but just while the end credits are rolling, especially because so many new movies these days have an end credit scene at the very end. So while the credits are going, we're just watching and seeing if there's any extra bonus scenes, and we're filling out our notes on things that we remembered, and it's so fun to look back on and see, oh my goodness, yes, a reference that my kid made this connection while we were watching a movie one time, or someone talked about how, their friend at school reminded them of something that they said in the movie, or just funny outbursts that my kids have during the movies. It's fun to look back and remember some of those experiences that you had over something as simple as just, a family movie night every week. It doesn't have to be a big production. It doesn't have to be this big ordeal that you're trying to set up and orchestrate. It's just sitting down to watch a movie together. It doesn't get much easier than that, but man, it can make a big impact and be something really special for your family like it has been for ours. So I really hope this was helpful. I hope that you had some takeaways from this. And if it's something you want to start, if you want to start a family movie night tradition and you're like, okay, yes, I'm in, I want to do this, all right, but what are some movie ideas? We haven't ever done this before. I have a list of 52 family movie night ideas. It's on my site. I'm going to list this on the resource page too. You can print this off for free. It's got different genres on here. We've got action and adventure, movies from the 80s and 90s. We've got animation, comedy, musicals, sci-fi. There's a little something for everyone. Nothing is rated R on this list, so it's all pretty, kid-friendly. And there might be some things on there that you're like, oh, I haven't seen this in years. I want to show this to my kids. That's what this list hopefully will help you do. There's 52 ideas, so if you just want to go down the list and watch them all through the year, you can do that, or maybe it'll just help you get kick-started on that. So That is a free resource. I'm going to have it listed on the resource page, and hopefully that helps. I am on Instagram. You can find me at Jennifer Borget or at Movie Night Journal. I'm checking both all the time. The Movie Night Journal one has all your fun movie content, and Jennifer Borget is like just up close and personal with my family. But I'm so thankful that you came to watch and chat with us today, and I'm around if you have any other questions.
I want to welcome digital creators April and Davey Orgill to the stage. You guys, not only are they digital creators, they have 6 children, ages 16 to 3.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited that you're here to weigh in on what we just heard from Jennifer, because you guys are really big on family movie nights too. So Davey, I want to know, how did that begin? Like the priority in your family of family movie nights, and why do you recommend it to other families out there?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us. This is awesome. We've learned a lot. Family movie night, we heard of the concept maybe like 8 years ago, and we heard it from Nicolene Peck. She wrote the book House United. We based a lot of our stuff off of her, and I remember hearing about it, like only watching screens once a week, and at first I was like, there's no way,
Impossible.
like,
Yeah.
they're homeschoolers, maybe they have special abilities so that I don't have, so I was like, there's no way our family could do that, impossible. But, and so we got to the point where we were limiting screen time, but it was like our kids' only goal. Like they would get home, they would do their chores, do their stuff, and they're like, that was their only focus in life, is to get to the point where they could watch the screen for the 1 or 2 hours, whatever we were having. And so I just got to the point where I was like, I hate that that's their only goal. So we just finally just turned off all the screens and started doing movie night.
Wait, you have magical powers?
We just did it.
You like just turn it off.
Like
okay.
And then like set the
We
boundaries
we
like
just
they've been
did
talking
it.
about. It's amazing.
And we do it once a week. We started watching like old classics and just all the old musicals, and we kind of have some discussion each week what we're going to watch. And the craziest thing started happening when screens wasn't their only goal. Like they're teaching themselves piano now, and we tried giving them piano lessons forever, and they're just doing these weird things, and they're cutting things out and doing crafts and just the craziest stuff, and we're like,
it's crazy, like crafts and stuff.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's been
incredible.
It's been a cool transformation, and especially to see between like how much screens our 16-year-old had compared to our now 3-year-old. Totally different.
We can attest to the pancake theory, like the first one, where like we're figuring stuff out.
But to be fair, he's the one that told me that. But.
Yeah, he taught us the pancake theory. The first one comes out a little weird and burnt, and you kind of just figure it out. So,
we just got this question from the audience, from the chat, that I wanted to ask you guys. So, how do I manage family movie night with each of the members picking when it's important to me not to show and subjecting kids to certain content? Like, do you let your kids choose the movie, or are you guys choosing the movie? How do you appeal to a 16-year-old, a 3-year-old? I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, so it's kind of an evolving concept. We're still figuring things out. For the longest time, I would declare what the movie was. I said, this is what we're watching, and I don't care what you guys say, because it just turns into a big fight, because there's so many ages.
Yeah.
But we have watched a lot of films with VidAngel. They don't have all the movies, but we were able to watch a lot of the 80s classics with taking out all the swear words and just all the stuff you don't want. We started watching the Twilight series, and we did. This was just
questions and answers after. Yeah.
This was just.
It's a learning experience as well.
Well,
actually.
this was
good.
just
Put it on.
Just last week, but we did a thing where we put the younger kids and they watched a more kid-friendly movie and kind of separated it. But generally, we're watching something that's safe for the whole family.
Do you feel like it's kind of turned into less what the movie's about or what you're watching, and more about the event of being together as a family?
Absolutely. Like they're all getting the popcorn and the ice cream. Like
our 3-year-old, he's like, it's family movie night.
he
loves it.
The steps to
he
get
loves it. Yeah.
Movie night going.
Oh,
It's
well,
so
you
fun.
guys. Okay, something you're so big on is finding the good in everything. April, tell us more about that.
So we're digital creators, and we realized in this space, like, what do we want to put out there? And we decided we wanted to be putting good out there, and we wanted to kind of base our whole motto and theme around finding the good in everything. And at first, that was more just like when hard things in life happen, like focus on the good. Maybe there's someone that helped you or visited you or brought you cookies, right? And now it's really been evolving the last little while to searching out good, not just finding good in when things are hard, but like
I want my kids to know like how to search out and be a seeker of good. So that's kind of what I want to talk about today with the digital age and everything with parenting. I kind of put this together in my head a little while ago because being a digital creator, the way we make money is you like the more eyes on you, the more money you make.
So you get it. You're on the other side of the screen.
We're the thing everybody's
And
saying
I'm
stay away
starting to
from.
see, like, no,
Cancel.
but like it's the vegetables and the sugar. It's the candy and the vegetables. Like, are we putting out vegetables or are we putting out candy? So we started to really try to put out more vegetables, right? And then I started just realizing, and I'm teaching my kids this now, I'm like, you are so powerful. Do you realize, like, parents, kids, every human being, you are so incredibly powerful. There's a supply and demand, and we are the ones that get to say what we want. And I've seen it with, like, for instance, The Chosen. You've seen that go crazy, and, like, more movies are coming out like that, you know? Like, oh, that's what people want, then we're going to make more of it. So I want to teach my kids the power that they have just by being a human being. They have this amazing power. And if they're searching out good online, if they're following people that uplift them and putting out content that is uplifting and encouraging someone that's maybe having a bad day and finding the good and being the good, they're realizing they have that power. Every single thing you consume, whether it's a book, a song on the radio, a magazine, if you're reading your scriptures, whatever you're consuming, it is actually giving power in your mind to that thing. And I'm seeing it more and more, but having my kids realize, like, you listen to that song, you're actually giving money and power to the person that made that song. You watch our vlog, we're getting money for that, right?
And power.
In a way.
Yeah.
And not even if they're not connected to a phone. Okay, there's little kids that don't own a phone, but they have an iPad, they have a show, and they're giving their space and their mind away to, and they're saying, this is what we want more of.
Or
And
we're giving it away for them. And I love saying we actually can have a choice.
Right. like,
Sometimes
you're
we're like, oh, this is
powerful.
what's in front of us. I guess that's what we're eating today.
Right. But to let your kids know, like, how powerful are you? Like, you get to say what kind of music's going to be made. Like, are you going to consume the stuff that's like swearing and talking about women in this degrading way? Or are you going to be picking the stuff that says, like, hey, you can climb that mountain. You can do anything if you believe, you know? That's the kind of stuff we're trying to teach our kids, to pick the vegetables on purpose.
Well, and what I love that you said just now that stood out to me was, if they aren't finding them out there, make them.
Right.
Create it. You know, we've talked a lot today about screen time boundaries and how to look to different things in the internet and how to find it. But maybe kids can be using screens like you do as a family to create good.
Right.
And I think we need to focus more on that.
Well, and eventually they're going to have a phone in their hand. They're going to turn 18, they're going to buy a phone. And if they've already been trained to seek out the good and recognize where they're following, where they're liking, where they're commenting, you're raising those people up and giving them power. Then give that power to people that are going to make the world a better place.
Wow.
So
that's a powerful statement right there, is that not only is our responsibility to help protect our kids, but also to train and teach this next generation and uplift them so they can put out the vegetables.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, thank you guys so much for being here today. That's incredible. Where can people go to find you guys if they are also looking for the vegetables out there?
All right, well, we have a daily vlog. We don't upload it every single day. It's like 6 days a week, but it's on YouTube. It's April and Davey, and we're on Instagram, and we're on the TikTok.
They're on the TikTok.
Just our
We're
name.
not on Crab Chat. We're not doing Crab Chat.
We're not doing the Crab Chat. I mean, I do have one, but I never open it. But yes, and we really do. We just try to, like, focus on the good. And life is hard. And if you can just focus on the good a little bit more and seek out the good, then it's going to be okay.
Is your content, would we be recommending it for kids? What age are you kind of reaching out to? More the parents are being entertained, families, all ages?
I would say all ages.
Families, all ages, yeah.
At least age 3 to 16, because
Yeah.
you've got those ones.
I don't think we're putting out anything that our 3-year-old couldn't watch.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome. Thank you guys for
Thank
being
you.
here and for all that you're doing in the digital space. Up next, we get to hear from Chris McKenna, and he's sharing the one phrase your kids need to hear.
Hi, I'm Chris McKenna, the founder of Protect Young Eyes, and it's so amazing to be with you at the I Am Mom Summit. Now, I'm obviously not a mom, but I have talked to so many moms just like all of you watching this from all over the world. And no matter where I talk to moms, and I've talked to moms from all over the world in the past couple of months, moms from Alaska to Hawaii to California to Louisiana to Michigan to Boston, all the way over into Iran, if you can believe it. And no matter where I talk to moms, they all have a lot of similar questions because technology impacts all of us. It's a fairly universal experience all over the world, this thing called technology. And what's also fairly universal is that these technologies were not designed for children. And so sometimes it feels difficult. It feels days where you're at your wit's end, right? Where you're afraid of what can happen online. Now, friends, what I want to do and what Protect Young Eyes has done over the past 7 years, if we stand right in that gap between awesome parents just like you and technologies that don't care about your kids. And we want to bridge that gap. And we want to do that in this video by talking about the one thing that I think our kids really need to hear in the digital age. And I hope it's something that you can do within a day of watching this video. Now, why do we exist at Protect Young Eyes? This wasn't what I intended to be doing. I was an accountant who was called into the local church, who was watching the internet creep into the lives of my junior high students. And so I felt like I had to do something. I had to create something that could educate parents. So our mission revolves around the idea that a lot of parents, just like me and just like you, are often afraid of what our kids can run into online. That's true, right? I know it's true for me. And so at Protect Young Eyes, we do 3 activities to help address that reality. Number 1, education. Number 2, research. And number 3, advocacy. Education is what you're experiencing right now. If you were to go to our website, you would see the research that we do, deep research from blogs to testing to talking to students, whatever. A lot of information out there on our website. And then finally, advocacy. Friends, we have testified. I've testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee where they approve Supreme Court justices. I've also testified at the state level. I've written legislation. I want to leave a difference that matters long after I'm here. So that's the advocacy part. And through those 3 activities, we have practical solutions then from that experience that we offer all of you. So that's the next part of our mission, right? We know that parents are often afraid. So through our education, research, and advocacy, we provide practical solutions. We specialize in the practical. Why? Because I'm not a tech expert. That's a really horrible way to start this conversation, but I'm not. You don't have to be a tech expert. Practical solutions so that there are 3 outcomes for your family. And these are really important to us. Number 1, prepared. Number 2, balanced. And number 3, protected. So that's what we're all about. Now, a little example here that I have from working with students. Okay, so we often work in schools, grades K through 12. And one of my favorite groups to talk to are the 3rd through 5th graders. So innocent, so fun, so energetic. And I always put up on the screen during my talk, I'll put up the YouTube logo. And that of course causes the room to go crazy, right? They see the YouTube logo, they just freak out. They want to tell me about all the videos they love and the fail videos and animals and cats and all this stuff too. And I'll say, all right, raise your hand if you love YouTube. And of course all their hands go up and they're like, yeah, freaking out. I'll tell them to put their hands down. I'll say, okay, teachers, how many of you love YouTube? And of course all their hands go up and I'm like, see, yeah, even the teachers love YouTube. And I'll say, put your hands down. And then I say, I don't want you to raise your hand for this, but I have a question for you, a really important question. Students, is it easy to see videos on YouTube that you know you're not supposed to see? And like a little wave, all of their heads start to nod. And then I'll say, teachers, when you watch YouTube, is it really easy to see videos that you probably shouldn't see? And all the heads start to nod. I say, students, look, it's them too. And then I draw them in. I'll say, all right, guys and girls, listen. Give me your best listening. When that happens, because it's going to happen to all of you, when that happens, it's not your fault. That's the phrase. That's what I want them to hear, that it's not their fault. Friends, this is so important Number one, it's important because whether they're a believer, a Christian, whether they go to church or not, have any faith at all, there's this little lying voice inside of little kids' heads that tell them when they see something that doesn't quite feel right, that there's something wrong with them, that they're bad, they're going to get in trouble, and they can't tell anybody. And so it's important that we come right up against that and say, that's not true. It's not your fault. And number two, why it's important to say that is because it's often true. It's the algorithm, right? It's accidental exposures when they're doing something they're supposed to, like doing their homework, and something pops up. It's truly not their fault. That's so, so important. Okay, so that's the phrase, it's not your fault. And I want to prop two things underneath that. Number one, we have to do it and say it frequently. And number two, we have to practice it frequently. So we have to say it frequently and we have to practice it frequently. Okay, super practical. Why do we have to say it frequently? Well, because of the brain. The brain has multiple levels and places, right? We talk about the brain with three primary areas, functional areas. It's not like if I crack open your head, I'll see three different compartments, but it has three functional areas. It has the regulatory part, the reptilian brain, the emotional part, the limbic system, and the thinking part, the neocortex. And that emotional part is fast. It's faster than the thinking part. And so when a kid sees something they're not supposed to, that's the part that kicks in first, that's stress. And unless they've been told over and over again in that thinking part as to what they're supposed to do next, their emotional part will take over and they'll clam up, shame will take over, and they won't say anything. So the number one reason why we have to say it over and over again is because of the brain, all right? Now, as a part of that, in that we have to tell them frequently, you might be asking, well, how often, Chris? Here's my simple answer to that question. If they're not rolling their eyes at you yet, if they're not finishing your sentences, then you're not saying it enough. Okay, so we've got the phrase, that phrase, it's not your fault. And we're propping up two things underneath that. Number one, say it frequently. Number two, we need to practice it frequently. Why? Well, again, because of the brain. Their brains don't think abstractly at that age, right? So to just give them words, right, that it's not their fault isn't enough. It truly isn't enough. And so we have to overcome that with tangible, with practical, with practice. And the number two reason why we practice, right? Practice, is for us. Because guess what? Our limbic system kicks in fast also. And we don't want to overreact. I don't want us to overreact. I don't want us to freak out in those moments. And so we practice with our kids so that they know what to do and so that we know how to respond. It's almost as much for us as it is for them. All right, so quick summary. We tell them, right, that it's not their fault, that this happens to everybody. This is not your fault. To get rid of that shame, get rid of that guilt, and to be truthful, because it often isn't their fault. It was accidental. And we prop two things up underneath that. We tell them that frequently. Why? Because of the brain, right? And we practice. Also because of the brain, but also because of us. And so we literally practice these things, right? For your tween or teen son or daughter, you sit them on the couch, you say, all right, honey, do you know what to do? Role play with them. Do you know what to do if somebody sent you a nude photo? Like exactly what to do. And I want to practice this. Maybe even go into another room and say, okay, honey, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to send you a text message. And in that text message, I'm going to say test text message. And when you get that, I want you to respond to that immediately with these words, I don't want this. And then I want you to walk into the room where I am, and I want you to say, Mom, something happened. And then we practice that, and we practice that early. We practice that often. Literally practice it. Make it tangible, make it practical, right? To your younger child, say, do you know what to do if somebody who you don't know ever tries to talk to you online? Now, Protect Young Eyes, we teach two things. Put it down and tell someone. Put it down and tell someone. And those are really good words, but I want to practice it. So this is where we say and we practice with them this idea of strangers or tricky people, as we sometimes call them. So here's what you do. You give them the Chromebook and you say, all right, here's what's going to happen. I want you to pretend that someone who you don't know has tried to talk to you. Now I'm going to go upstairs. When you hear the door in my bedroom close, that is your signal. And what are you going to do? You're going to put that computer down and you're going to come up and tell me. You're going to say, hey, someone who I don't know just tried to talk to me. Or maybe the issue is pornography. Again, put it down and tell someone works really good with that issue too. That's why I love those two phrases, and we teach those to kids all the time, but we want to practice it. So maybe you can tell them, okay, here's what we're going to do. I want you to sit there on the kitchen counter, or in front of the kitchen counter, not on it, but in front of the kitchen counter with the Chromebook, and I'm going to pretend that I'm coming home from work. Okay? So I'm literally going to go out in the car and I'm going to pull out of the driveway. I'm going to pull in. And when I come in, I want you to say, Mom, I saw something on the Chromebook that I shouldn't have. I saw somebody naked on the Chromebook, right? We practice these things. Another phrase, another situation that we can practice is if they go over to a friend's house. Do they know what to do if a friend tries to show them something? Now, for a long time, we've been giving parents this tip that we want to teach our kids, that when somebody at a friend's house wants to show them something online, hey, I've got something I want to show you. We want to teach our kids to say, what is it you want to show me? Is it appropriate? In fact, I've seen other organizations, Better Screen Time and others, that are starting to use this, which is great. It's such a great phrase. But have you actually practiced this with your kids? So again, pretend that you are your child's friend and you hold a tablet and say to your son or daughter, all right, I'm going to say to you these exact words. Hey, I've got something I want to show you. And I want you to say, what is it that you want to show me? Okay, and practice this. Is it appropriate? Friends, we need to make it as tangible as possible, as practical as possible with that practice, practice, practice. All right, in summary, the one phrase that I want them to hear is it's not your fault. And we prop up underneath that. We say that frequently because of the brain. And then we practice, practice, practice. Why? Because of the brain, and also because of us. And we go through some of those scenarios. Now, throughout, you saw some QR codes as I was talking. Those go to blog posts, things that we have written about these topics. You can scan those with your phone, and that will take you to some helpful things that I hope are really things that you can use with your kiddos, right? The exact phrases, we walk through it, like what to do with tricky people. Here's the exact things to look for to know whether or not this is a tricky person. We hope that's super helpful for you. I want to end our time together with a story, just to reinforce how this can work. I had a mom come up to me at the end of one of our presentations, and she had been following us for a while. And she said, Chris, I need to tell you something. She said, I'm usually in the kitchen, right? And after school, I'm the one cooking, I'm doing everything. And the kids are always in the kitchen, right? I don't know what it is, but people just congregate in the kitchen. And she had a 12-year-old daughter, and she was cooking there at the stove. She wasn't even looking at her daughter. And she said, so that her daughter could hear her, hey, honey, I think her name was Hannah. Hannah, I want you to know if there's anything that ever happens to you online, I just want you to know you can always come to me. I'll never be mad, right? This was her way of saying that it's not your fault. And she just said that to Hannah. Hannah, you'll never get in trouble. And I want you to know that you can come and tell mom anything, okay? That was it. She just kept on stirring, kept on working there in the kitchen, right? Didn't even really know. I mean, she was pretty sure Hannah heard her, but didn't really have a conversation. She just said that, right? So that Hannah knew. All right, 2 weeks go by. And mom was telling this to me after one of my presentations. She said, Chris, I went to tuck her in. And I always do that. I always tuck her in at night. But this time she said, Mom, you said that I could tell you anything, right? Remembering that conversation that they had had in the kitchen. And she proceeded to tell her something that she had seen online. Friends, it's so powerful, these conversations, these moments, to take advantage of them, to remind our kids that we are safe. That's what I want. I want your kiddos to know beyond any doubt they can always land safely and softly with you. So there you go, practical stuff. Moms, you can do this. These are things that any of you can do. You don't need to be a tech expert. So please come visit us at protectyoungeyes.com. There you'll see our research. You'll see the things that we do. We built an app for parents just like you that you can find in the App Store. We're also very active on social media, which is where I know a lot of you already. But please ask us any question. We love to answer them, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Take care.
I am sitting here now with Michelle Pearson and Kimmy Hughes, who have each spoken at past I Am Mom Summits. How fun is it to be in person this year?
This is so cool. This
Right?
is so cool.
It's been
Yes.
so different. Okay, this summit's already shown me more of what I need to be doing to protect my kids from the dangers of the digital world. But something that really stood out to me in Chris's session was his advice to role play with our kids, even before this has happened. I mean, hopefully, and especially before they encounter any of the dangers that can come with smart devices and technology. I love the approach of being proactive, but sadly the truth is we have to be like, not if they see something, but when they see it. Michelle, what advice would you give to other moms out there to help them be proactive in their approach to the dangers our kids may face?
I think the biggest thing to remember is that it's never too early to talk to your children about the dangers of bad images, bad media, all of that. One of my sons actually was exposed really, really young in elementary school and a few years ago, so we had to have the talk all the way back then. But it was actually a really great learning experience because we were able to have that talk with him, be very open with him. I don't know if I would have talked to him about something that serious that young, but it's already come up again in elementary school, and he knew exactly how to handle it. So it was like we had a role play situation already happening. But I think it's important as mothers and as fathers to remember that we have to be the safe place for our children. And so that's been my number one thing. I know I mess up all the time as a mom when I'm yelling, when I'm just on my phone too much, all these things. This whole thing is for me. I feel like cornered. Like, is this like a, anyway, but I think to be a safe place for our kids that they feel comfortable and confident. And I always tell my kids, I will be more mad at you if you lie at me, lie to me, than if you don't. Just please tell me, you won't be in trouble. Just let me know. We know what's going on. We are parents. We understand all these topics a lot better than your friends or what you find out online. So just talk to us, and we are that safe place. You won't be in trouble, and we've already sadly had to practice this. So
yeah. Well, and Kimmy, you have, how old are your kids? I know you've got some younger ones at home still, but you've also got some older.
Yeah, we're split. We have 2 out of the home already, one married, one in the Army, and then our 2 youngest are 15 and almost 12.
So when you look back, you've got some experience to pull from. You've had these conversations already.
Yes, we have 2 burnt pancakes.
Would you? So is there an age you would suggest where we start having this conversation with our kids? And is there anything you wish you'd done differently that you're like, oh, wait, let me save you from this mistake?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the moment that you hand your child a screen, and you will be surprised, even at the age of 1 and 2, what your children are exposed to. We went into it blindly, like, oh, well, this is a kid's app. There's nothing that could get through there. Oh no, I've walked into a room and saw my child watching porn at 3 years old, and so like, well, we're starting now. And so we've been through a lot. Our family's been through a lot with these situations, and so I think the moment that you hand them a screen, and I think the moment that they start school, especially if they start school out of the home, they're going to see a lot more and hear a lot more at school than at home. So you need to have what is being talked about at school talked about at home. So we had the open door policy from day one, like, you won't be in trouble. If you hear something at school and you're like, what is that? Come talk to us. You're not going to get in trouble. We've had many interesting conversations.
And hard
conversations, yeah.
I think lots of times we're worried with certain ages. We want to protect our kids, obviously, as parents. That's one of our main roles. But we want them to be innocent as long as possible. So we think, I'm not going to mention these things yet. I don't need to mention these things yet.
Yeah,
but there's such power in going and talking to them.
You do need to. And I think, like, one of the things that we learned is that it's their life, it's their future, and we have to protect them. We have to protect it. So have those hard conversations. We've had nights where kids have come into our room and we've had late night conversations. Your best child, that child you think they've got this, they're a rock. Our rocks had things penetrate through them where they were exposed to things, bullying, suicide issues. We've had it all. It's their life. If they want to be part of social media, then yes, train them. I love Gab. We have Gab in our home, and then we've helped train them with the smartphones. In our home, I'm harsh when it comes to this stuff. I'm very blunt about this stuff. They don't need social media. If they want to be a part of a group texting and they're part of sports, they can do Team Snap. There's other areas that they could do this, and they don't need social media. But you can train them. Like Chris said, teach, train them, and be that open door for them. And Derek and I, we're just as bad where we want to fade away, but we need to teach them how to cope and work through things without doing it with a device.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That is so important and so hard. So hard. I want to know today, what's the main takeaway that you've learned, that you've had be your aha moment? Like, I need to go home and this needs to change in my house.
I feel like even just limiting my own usage. I know our children imitate what they see. So if they're going to see us on our phone and we're using it to cope with different issues, they're going to want to do the same exact thing. So biggest aha moment for me, definitely limits how much I'm using my phone, especially when I'm with my children.
Yeah, it's funny how much I thought coming into this I was going to learn what to do to, how to teach my children.
I was the same way.
And I was like, actually I didn't realize that. And it was a lot more self-reflection than I thought. Well, thank you guys so much for both being here and sharing and giving your advice. Next up, we're going to hear from Michelle Loveday on how to fight tech addiction.
I need that.
And I need that.
That's seriously what mine is.
Hi, welcome to my session. I'm so glad you're here. My name is Michelle Loveday, and I'm going to cover the topic and talk about working together to fight tech addiction. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I have 5 children and have been married for almost 18 years. Our children technically are in 2 different age groups, and so we've had the joy of figuring out this technology stuff in many different ways. Our oldest is 23 and married, living in Virginia. Our twins are now 22, living in France and Norway, studying abroad, and living and learning. And our children at home are almost 14 and 10 years old. And the time with the 2 age groups with technology has been uniquely different. And my husband and I have worked together to navigate that. So as I start this session, let's resolve to have 2 things stated. 1, technology isn't going anywhere. And unless you and your family decide to move to the rainforest or live off the grid, there will still be a need for you and your children to experience cell phones, computers, and smart devices. The second agreement. We want to teach our children how to be self-regulated and self-aware enough to know when technology addiction and too much time spent on technology is creeping in. It's our job as parents to guide and facilitate what that looks like. So I'm gonna use the old adage word team to help you remember that. T, tackle this together. E, engage in activities. A, acknowledge the use of tech. And M, manage your children's time in front of technology. So let's go, team. Let's talk about what that looks like. In my own personal experience, there was always the set rule, I should say, that there was no screen time when my kids came home from after school. With the big kids, it was TV. When they came home from school, they could not turn on the TV. They could get a snack. They could play with their neighbors outside and their friends. They could color, they could draw, and they could start tackling homework. But there was no screen time. You see, I'm a working parent. My husband is a working parent. And so when we got home, picking kids up from the sitters or daycare, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock and bedtime was 8. That time was special to our family. But as cell phones started to creep into the equation, I instilled the same rule. And it was really important that I stuck with it. So that meant even I couldn't turn on the TV during that time when I wanted to veg out after a long day of work. But I noticed something. It was helpful. We spent more time together as a family. We were able to go on walks. We were able to get into a few activities around the neighborhood and area and really spend quality time throughout the week and on the weekends. They were allowed to have TV time on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so it was helpful. And so now we have the youngest two of which those children have experienced COVID. They have gone through the school shutting down, wearing masks, and the only way to connect was through a screen. Their dance classes were on screen. Their Girl Scout classes were on screen. Church was on screen. And that was how they socialized. And slowly but surely, my kids were spending time on the screen, and so was I. And I realized something had to be done. As my child entered 7th grade last year, I realized, oh my goodness, they're carrying around a Chromebook. She's got a Chromebook for homework, Chromebook at school, and constantly on the computer. So the same rule applied. But I also had given her a cell phone. And I realized that it was the constant, Mom, I need to have my downtime turned off. I've got to turn and talk to my friends. And I started noticing that need, that as soon as we got into a car to go to a short trip to the grocery store, they had to have their devices. And I'm like, no, something's got to give. We've got to put a pause. And so I figured out how to use downtime. I figured out that I've got to take the devices away. So for me, it's been very helpful to be consistent. My kids know that there is no downtime during the week. They might have their devices with them, but they do not have the access to the games and to the videos. And the one thing that has also helped me is that they have to turn their devices in before they go to bed, before 8 or 9 o'clock at night, including my 10-year-old's Gab watch. Now I know you're thinking, why does the Gab watch have to go and get turned in? Well, there's little games on there. And if I make a mistake on the time that I turn off for her to be able to text friends or call friends, there's still a possibility. So in my room, I have a charging station. It's nothing fancy. It's literally a folding table that I have that fits in the corner and is right by the plug. And they put the items, the iPad, the Gab watch, the cell phone, on that charging station. It belongs there. That way they can sleep peacefully, know that their devices are charging, they're resting, they're in a safe space. And everyone has to do it. And no one's singled out. And it has really helped. The one thing that I noticed sometimes is right when my kids woke up, they wouldn't go to their devices. But when they were in their rooms at one point, they used to immediately get on their devices. But now that they're in the room on the charging station, they get up, they walk around, they walk to the bathroom, they check the weather, and then they even selfishly come in and cuddle and say good morning to me. So if anything, the advantage of being able to see your children first thing in the morning is key to having a little charging station or an area, even if it's on your dresser. I want to know what it does with the mind, what technology does with the mind. So I started Googling all these kinds of things. And I was confirmed that being consistent with putting that out there, talking with my partner and my husband on what that looked like, it was going to be difficult. And so with the E of engaging with our family and activities, we had to be really mindful with, okay, we're going to only spend 3 hours on this Friday night on our devices. And then we're going to play a game. We're going to go on a walk. We're going to do something. And so with my husband and I tackling that, we were able to engage with our children, and our conversations have really blossomed. But I've also noticed that with my almost 14-year-old daughter, when the weather was wonderful, she would go on bike rides. Her mental health increased. And I was just really impressed with the way she was able to say, I'm done with technology. I've had 4 hours, and not even have an issue. And that made me feel a lot better. We still struggle from time to time. On a lazy Saturday when it's raining outside, I have to monitor, you know what, it's been kind of quiet since 1 o'clock and it's 7 o'clock right now. I better go in and check on the kids and see if they want to play checkers or go for a walk or color or paint. And it's really something that you have to be mindful of. But for me, seeing my daughter do the one thing that I never thought would happen is this. It was 10 o'clock one night and I was exhausted. I was done for the day. And I was in bed reading a book, just ready to wind down. And my daughter came into my room and said, Mom, you forgot to grab my cell phone for the night. I'm going to put it on the charging station. What a win. What a way for my daughter to learn the self-regulation of the tool that she knows she needs. And I was really proud of that. And it's happened a couple more nights since then. So there is consistency rewards for the parents to see, but you just have to stick with it. And with the A of the team, acknowledging that the use of tech is going to be there is where your kids will then meet you in the middle. And when you acknowledge that it's useful, it's not this horrible thing in place, because look at us, we're digital right now. They can respect the fact that you have boundaries of certain apps that you don't want them to download and ways that you're going to monitor them and who they can text. And so finally, as you do the M, managing your children's time in front of tech, I want to encourage you, if you have an iPhone, my daughter hates when I share this secret, you can utilize the downtime feature on that phone. And I'm sure Android has a feature as well, but I'm not quite as familiar with that. I'm not selling either one, but there is a way to manage your child's downtime. And what that means is, even though that they have the phone with them on their person, you can turn off the time that they spend on that. So everything goes blank. And my daughter has only access to text messages and certain contacts, me, her father, her siblings, and her grandparents, to be able to call and talk to during that time, especially during the school day. And the Gab watch has the same feature, which is super exciting. My daughter can wear her watch. She can voice message me when she gets to the bus stop or when she's coming home, but she can only contact me and her father as the guardian. Every other contact, including her bestie crew that she likes to talk to a lot, is silenced. She can't even see them on the screen. But when she gets home from school, 3 o'clock, suddenly they appear. And it helps her realize what is important with the self-regulation. And as we facilitate what that looks like, they start to develop it. It was special because I could even hear my child say to her friend, I'll be able to talk to you on Saturday when my time comes up on my Gab watch. I'll talk to you later. It's about to go off. It's time for me to go to bed. And it was 7:30. So it's really one of those things that you talk with your partner on what is manageable. What do you think is a manageable time to be on tech throughout the day? And what productivity do you want to see in your family? It's true that as we spend less time doing certain things, other things start to pick up. And so we want to be able to be productive and self-regulate and say, okay, I have wasted 2 hours scrolling through Instagram. It's time to go wash the dishes and do laundry. And I even say those things out loud. When my children see that I am self-regulating myself and I have acknowledged that I'm going to go to the wasteland for an hour and just be on my phone, they see that there is a need for me to kind of zone out in certain ways too. So modeling that could be the other part of the M as you manage your children's time in front of tech. I just want to encourage you that you can battle this together. We're all in the same situation. I'm constantly talking to friends to see what's working for them in their home, what battles they're facing, and it's not easy. There have been nights where there's been crying. Why are you taking my phone away from me? Why I have to finish this conversation? You just don't want me to be relevant. Yes. My almost 14-year-old daughter said that to me. She needed to be relevant. There is certain aspects and influence that we have with tech. And with technology, we know that there's certain addictions that come with it. And just like any addiction, the first step is to recognize that we have a problem. But I'm here to tell you it's possible. So Let's go, team. Let's make sure that we tackle this together, that we engage in activities outside of technology on occasion, and we acknowledge the use of technology, and we manage and model our own time and use of technology in front of our children. You've got this. You can do it. I believe in you. You can continue to follow me as I share some education tips throughout the day of what works and what doesn't work and what I found helpful at m.love_day consulting. I'm also on LinkedIn and Facebook and my website. Have a wonderful day, and we'll talk soon. Take care.
I am joined now by Michelle Loveday, educator, director, and founder of Rise Academy, and apparently brilliant mother that I need every bit of advice. You know, behind the scenes, she was actually setting the screen time, downtime for my kids
Brody.
on my phone.
Sorry,
Brody.
10 o'clock,
Blame
you're
Michelle.
done.
You've got that in. But I love this. I mean, we were getting so many questions from the chat while you were up there, because people are like, she knows how to do this, and I have no clue, and I need help. And I want to throw this one at you right now. Someone said, let's get back to this. Okay. Where was it? Okay. It was, what do you do with teenagers? You know, they know, like with little kids, when you're saying no screen time, they can do crafts or they can color. I mean, you're doing things with them. They're a lot easier to entertain. But the teenagers look at you and they're like, what? What are you going to do that competes with screen time? Like, what are we going to do? So what would you suggest?
Crafts and art.
Really?
And things. There's pictures I have, and I have to be intentional and do it with them, but I'll pull out a paint palette and we paint outside together. And we have KiwiCo that I subscribe to, and it comes every other month. And so they each have one that they have to do. And I'm like, go do your activity in there and put it together. So the same thing, just the creative process. But with teenagers, you know, letting them explore who they are, having girls is not as bug-free as I thought it was going to be. And my daughter wants to be an entomologist when she grows up. And so, yeah, there's bugs in my house that she takes care of, and there's birds. I'm like, Bingo was my name-o because I have chickens and a dog. And so I'm like, go take care of something that needs to stay alive. Spray it with water, like whatever. Just find your passion without the screen.
Well, and then they can't. I mean, how interesting is it, though, that to us we're like, so how do teenagers live without a phone? Like, we don't know.
The way we did.
How did we used to? Like, what did we do, you know? And so that's incredible. That is
And doing
great.
it with them is also great because then you have those conversations, right? I'm not an artist, I can't paint, but I'm drawing something, right? And I'm coloring in my, you know, stress-free coloring book, or I'm putting together a puzzle with them in that space during that time. And, you know, what they end up painting, their emotions on that screen. Like my daughter drew herself in fire, and she's like, middle school is like fire. And so
And
then
you
we
were
were
like,
able to talk
"Ooh."
about the stress, right?
Middle school is fire. It is fire.
And not good fire.
No.
just-
Well, I saw in the session you mentioned, I think it was maybe your older daughter would go out when the weather was nice and go on a bike ride, and just kind of how being outside and getting endorphins, just the
Is
mental
great.
health, the crisis that's going on right now isn't just from bullying on the internet or comparing, but it's also from being inside, from not moving our bodies, from not doing this. So many benefits.
And it's important because even now, like, there was a flip, right? So I'm like, well, what do you want to do now that you don't have your screen? I don't know. I'm like, go ride your bike. It's getting cold outside. And I'm like, oh, well, guess what? We have a bike in our garage. Get on that, pedal away. So I think what's working in my consistency as I'm like looking back on it and listening to myself, I'm stubborn.
Yeah.
And so as they're stubborn, I'm like, match, game, here we go.
Yeah.
How stubborn can I be with you? And so it's just one of those games. And I always look at my husband, I'm like, they get it from somewhere. And I
Yeah.
know they say the apple doesn't fall too far, but in that stubbornness, when they're like, well, I have to download my music to do my homework, and I have to do this, and I have to do that, and I need to listen to Spotify, I'm like, well, download the 4 songs you like because your downtime is going off, and listen to those on a loop. Better get your homework done in 20 minutes.
I mean,
So-
that is brilliant. We seriously had a question with that. Someone said, how do you say no to tech after school when homework is on a MacBook? And my daughter says she can't focus without her Spotify music headphones. it makes sense, but it seems like she's doing homework until bedtime. Like she's sticking with it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Homework shouldn't take that long. Yeah. And a lot of times, as an educator myself, I know that we've gone away from assigning homework a lot, unless it's a project and you'll get a message from that. So she's playing you, and and so it's literally, we'll just download it then. And luckily for me, unfortunately for me, my teenager got in trouble with doing other things on the Chromebook that was belonging to the school. So now she knows, oh, they're watching and monitoring. So as a parent, here's another secret. You can go to the school and ask them, what are my children looking at on their school Chromebook? And can they
How
pull
are you
a
so
file?
wise? Like you know all of these behind the scenes
Sneaky.
secrets, though.
Well, it does benefit. I recognize the privilege I have as an educator to know the insides. And so they can literally pull up sheets. And I had stacks of what my daughter was doing, and they're quick. They flip between screens when they're at the classroom. And you can be sitting there and they're in math and they're on the math screen, and the minute the teacher walks away, it's a toggle. And it's so quick, and they all do it. And so we can just print what they're looking at.
I wanted one more question for you, because you talked about this in the session where you said COVID.
Yeah.
COVID changed. I mean, some people had no screens in their home, nothing allowed. They had nailed it. But we went to online screens. We had to have them for extracurriculars. We had to have them for school. I mean, you said even Girl Scouts was on.
Yeah.
How do you think, as an educator, like, how has that affected now and confused even more this digital age for our kids?
Yeah, moving it along. I mean, I even created a virtual academy during COVID. So they're on the screens every Thursday night. So the irony in that. But then I'm intentional of getting us to meet in person once a month. So the intentionality behind, yes, it's convenient. I don't want to drive downtown. Can we meet via Zoom? But then am I walking after the meeting? Am I getting up? Am I walking the dog? Am I walking outside? Am I playing a game? Am I interacting? And I've had to train people how to interact with me, because now it's immediate. Emails, and they want to know why I didn't email them back within 5 minutes, and so they call me. So I have a away message. Like even right now, I have an away message like, I'm doing great things and I hope to get back with you. I'm going to be delayed in my response. To train people, I'm not going to respond back to you in the next hour, and it's not possible humanly. And so I had to train myself that. So when I see the away message at the top, I'm like, oh, I can talk to him later.
Yeah.
So
I can be away. We really do need a reset. We need a reset. Thank you, Michelle Loveday, for being here today. Next up, we have a pediatric nurse, Katie Hastings, and she has a powerful acronym to help our kids avoid online abuse.
Hi, my name is Katie Hastings, and I'm so excited to be a part of the I Am Mom Summit this year. I'm going to be talking to you about body safety. I'm going to give you a tool called Shout that is a 5-step abuse prevention method. I am the author of the children's book, Your Safe Body, which teaches body safety education. I'm a pediatric nurse. I've been a nurse for 14 years. I'm also a mom. I have 4 boys. Their ages are 13, followed by identical twin boys who are 11 and 8 years old. I've been married for 15 years to my husband, Scott, and I live in Hawaii on the island of Oahu. So I'm teaching you body safety education. Don't shut down. This topic can be so heavy and so hard. I'm here to make this easier to teach in your homes. I'm here to give you a really easy tool that you can go home and teach today that your child's going to retain and remember. I'm going to read you the foreword to my book. Here it is. It says, studies show before the age of 18, 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys are sexually abused. Studies also show that 95% of sexual abuse is preventable through education. Many thanks to you for supporting this cause. So that's why I created Shout. I wanted to make this topic a little bit easier to teach. Also taking that statistic, 95% of sexual abuse is preventable through education. I'm also a victim of child sexual abuse. I was sexually abused by a family member at the time from the ages of 3 to 14. So I took my knowledge as a victim of sexual abuse, as a pediatric nurse, and as a mother, and I created this tool and concept that your child can learn so easily. So Shout, here it is. S is for stop, H is for help, O is for out, U is for unsafe, and T is for tell. And they're learning to go in order. Anytime they're presented with an unsafe situation, they're learning what to do. So S is for stop. Children are learning that they can shout stop anytime someone is being unsafe with private parts. So they need to know where their private parts are. They need to know the proper anatomical terms for private parts. And they need to know private parts for themselves and the opposite gender. And children are learning that they can shout stop anytime someone is being unsafe with private parts. Give them some examples of when they would need to shout stop. Those examples would be anyone touching their private parts, anyone wanting to look at your child's private parts, anyone wanting to show your child their private parts, and anyone wanting to take pictures of private parts. Those would be some examples of shouting stop. And we want them to really self-advocate and not just say stop. Take the name of the acronym, shout, and shout stop. We also want to teach children that it's okay to say stop to any sort of touch that they don't like, any sort of unwanted touch. Some examples of unwanted touch with younger children would be hitting, kicking, biting, that they can shout stop anytime they don't like touch from somebody. H is for help. We're teaching children that they need to get help anytime that they would need to shout stop. And they need to get help from an adult. And when you're teaching help, ask your children a few adults they can think of that they could get help from if they needed help with someone being unsafe with private parts. O is for out. We're teaching our children that we would like them to try to get themselves out of any situation when they find themselves needing to shout stop. Get themselves out if they can and go somewhere they feel safe. And if they can't get themselves out of the situation, don't return back to the same place with that same person to prevent repetitive cycles of abuse. And when they get themselves out, we want them to go somewhere that they feel safe. So again, when you're teaching this with your child, ask them places that they feel safe. Where could they go? Most likely it's going to be home, but have them name a few places that they feel safe. U is for unsafe. We're teaching children what unsafe behavior is, and we're teaching them who can be unsafe. 93% of child sexual abusers are someone the child knows. So that's an important part of our teaching. We want to teach them that somebody that they know could potentially be unsafe. And that could be a child, one of their friends. That could be a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And that could be an adult. It could be a coach, a teacher, a mentor, a family member. And we want to teach them that anybody touching private parts, again, viewing private parts, when you take pictures of private parts or show them pictures of private parts, is being unsafe with private parts. T is for tell. We want our children to know that they can tell a trusted parent or adult anytime someone's been unsafe with private parts, anytime they've had to shout stop. And that a parent or adult that they trust will want to help them, and that they are never in trouble when they tell a trusted parent or adult what took place. That part is so important because as parents, if a child were to come to us with information that they've been sexually abused, we react in emotion because nobody wants to hear that. And often our nervous system will get in this fight or flight situation. Maybe it'll get defensive. And what we need to do as parents, if a child were to come to us, is create an environment where they could come tell us these things, and where we can be in control of our emotions and remain calm in that situation. So the best thing to do if your child were to ever come to you and tell you that they've been sexually abused or someone's been unsafe is to remain calm. And the next best thing to do is to reestablish safety for the child. And that can look different for every instance, depending on what's taken place. Reestablishing safety could look like needing medical attention and treatment. And it could look like investigating the situation, asking more questions about it. Okay, who touched you unsafely? Where were you when this happened? What did you say? What did they say? What happened after that? Investigating the situation and reestablishing safety based on the needs of the child and the situation that took place. It could look like pressing charges against somebody if needed. It could look like maybe it was two children playing and something unsafe took place, which is not uncommon. So that could look like having conversation with two young children who need to learn, and with the parent, and giving them opportunities to learn from that mistake of what safe play looks like. So we are talking about safe technology. So I want to relate shout and how body safety is not just in person. It is also being safe online with our bodies and on screens. Our children do not know a day and age without some sort of device at their fingertips, a smartphone, an iPod, a computer, some sort of screen or device that hooks them up to the internet. So one of the biggest trends that we're seeing right now is children sending sex messages. If you don't know what sex messages are, There's sexually explicit text messages or emails. The latest study showed that children ages 12 to 17, that 1 in 4 of those children had received a sex message, and 1 in 7 of those children were sending them. So how would Shout look with something like sexting, which is a trend that's on the rise? It would look like, the S is for stop. If your child were to receive that sexually explicit text message, they would say stop, like I don't want one of these messages. If your child were thinking about sending it, that in their mind, they're saying stop, this wouldn't be a very safe thing for me to be sending. Help, H is for help. They're learning if they receive that message that they need help. And if they're thinking about sending that message, that they need help. And again, identify some people they feel like they could go to and talk to if they found themselves in that situation, who could help them. And again, it needs to be an adult that we're able to help them. O is for out. What would that look like on a screen? It would look like closing out the application. It would look like shutting the screen on a laptop and walking away. It would look like just getting that image off as soon as they can, getting out of that unsafe environment that they found themselves online. U is for unsafe. It's recognizing that this is unsafe behavior. This isn't safe for my body. This isn't safe for somebody else's body. If they receive that message, recognizing that that's unsafe. T is for tell. They know they need to tell a trusted parent or adult. And again, identifying who could they tell in a situation like that if they were presented with that. And again, as parents, remaining calm if your child were to come to you with this information, investigate the situation, reestablish safety. What would reestablishing safety of a child who's gotten an image look like? It could look like making sure restricted content is turned on your device. Most devices have that option. It could look like brushing up on different skills of what our filters are doing, of what our child's phone is capable of, and knowing that device a little bit better as a parent. It also can look like having conversations with them about this stuff of why would they want to have sent that, and what could they do differently, or also sometimes medical needs and charges need to be pressed in these situations. You'll know as the parent what to do. Trusting your intuition, you will know what to do in these situations. So again, the best thing to do is to remain calm and reestablish safety for the child. The last thing I really wanted to touch on that I feel is so helpful is setting up a code word in your family. If you don't already have one, as you're teaching your child Shout and you're going through this situation, create a code word that your child could say if they ever wanted to call you and needed to get themselves out of a situation, because it's a lot easier for a child to give you that code word than try to explain what's going on. And whenever given that code word, you know that they want to be picked up where they are and that something's taken place that they feel uncomfortable with. So establish a code word. And the other thing to know is that body safety discussions aren't a one-time thing and done. It's something that's ongoing. As our children grow and learn, they're constantly changing grades, teachers, their environment, schools, circles of friends, coaches, mentors, all these things. They're constantly adapting and changing with them as they're growing, which means the circles of people they interact with are changing too. And so we need to constantly be having body safety discussions on the regular, temperature checks of how are things going. One question that's just really easy to ask to get the answers, I should take that back. A good question to ask to give you information that's not an easy one to ask would be, has anyone ever been unsafe with private parts? Has anyone ever touched your private parts? Has anyone ever been asked you to touch their private parts? Just asking these questions around private parts, children will be able to answer. When you're teaching Shout, make it a comfortable situation. Have it be an open-ended conversation. Leave room for discussion and expect your child to have questions for you, because as they calm down and they settle in, they will have questions, and be prepared to answer those. If you want to learn more about me, you can find me on Instagram. My name is Katie, the Mom, the Nurse. My book is also linked there on Linktree in the profile of my Instagram if you would like to have more information on that. And I share some more useful tips that you might find helpful in teaching body safety at home. I share those there often. I just want to thank you for being here today. I want to thank Gab Wireless and I Am Mom Summit for putting this great event on. I hope that you feel empowered leaving here today and confident in teaching body safety. It was so nice to meet you all, and thanks for being here.
Okay, before I welcome our next guest to the stage, I want to remind everybody about the giveaway that we will be doing in the last session. That will be Kellie Henry. So when we're listening to Kellie Henry, make sure that you're on the chat, because that's where we're going to put up the question and you could win our giveaway. But right now, I get to welcome Katie Hastings to the stage. Katie, thank you so much. That session was incredible. I mean, it's a heavy topic. It really is a heavy topic, but so important. The shout method is so helpful, and I want to go home and teach it to my kids tonight. I don't know how. Like, what age would you recommend, first of all, starting?
Okay, well, you have a 3-year-old. I always recommend starting it when you're potty training.
Oh.
So, because children are getting autonomy over their private parts, right? And it's the most autonomy that they've exercised at that point. And I introduce it then. That's what I recommend. And with preschoolers and like toddlers, I usually recommend introducing the stop and help, the first two, because they can definitely comprehend the whole acronym, but stop and help will cover most of the basics.
Yeah,
they'll know.
They might not remember all of it when they're in that, but there's different ways you can do it. That was my next question is, so I've got 5 kids. When you teach this to your children, if I'm going home now, I am not starting at the 3. I'm starting, some's already 13. Do you do it individually? How do you do that?
Sure. So I recommend doing it individually and then do it as a group. Once you've introduced it individually with each child, then do it as a family. And I'm always asking my kids too, hey, what does SHOUT stand for? And every now and again, mom's like, I forgot one of the letters. I'm like, all right, well, we're working on that. But we do it as a group because they retain really well, but start off individually with each kid.
Okay.
That's what I recommend.
You know, and we were talking during the break. I had seen this session yesterday. I'd watched it, and I told you. I then said the conversation, as you had said, with my 11-year-old walked in the room to ask me something. Poor unsuspecting soul walks in. And I say, hey, you know what? I haven't ever realized, like, I've never really asked you, like, has anyone ever tried to touch any private parts or made you uncomfortable? And I told you, he was like, Mom, oh my gosh, Mom, please stop. What are you doing? Mom.
Right.
And I was like, I don't know what to do. How do I have it? And you said, that's enough. That works.
Yeah, that's totally, that's the reaction we're going to get, right? And luckily, that's the reaction like, hey, no, Mom, why would you ask me that? But by you asking that question, if something did happen, you're opening that door for him to talk to you. And in the future, he now knows. If somebody were unsafe with his private parts or showed him an image or whatever it would be, he knows he can come to you and that you would want to know. Because you open that door just by asking.
I mean, it can't get more awkward than that, I guess,
right.
for him, at least in his life.
And expect it to be awkward. Kids get giggly, and just like you are feeling, probably listening to me talk about it. And I try to make it an easier topic for parents to teach because we need it. It's a needed topic.
It really is. Well, and when you were talking about taking it then to the online methods, and what really stood out to me is you were talking about using the SHOUT method, not just for people who had things sent to them, but for kids who were maybe thinking about sending things themselves.
Right.
They're also kind of like the victim in that. And why is that?
Right. Well, one thing I want to touch on is those are good kids that are sending that. I mean, 1 in 7 are sending them. And that's hard. And it can be really shocking. But here's the thing is usually when they're sending something like that, they're looking for affection and love and acceptance in a certain place. And so we want to get to the underlying of why did they send it? And secondly, how do we teach them healthy relationships? Because typically it will be sent to like a romantic partner, like a boyfriend or girlfriend or something, right? And they think it's secretly sent to, say, this boyfriend. And what's the first thing a teenage boy is going to do? Typically, if they haven't had body safety, they're going to show it to a friend, right? Like, that's usually what's going to happen, and they think it's private. Now, if we have these body safety discussions about that's not okay, even in images, it's not okay in person, and protecting our bodies and what that looks like, say a friend gets, boyfriend gets this image of a girl, he's not going to show it to the kid next to him because he's going to say, oh, there's lasting consequences for this sort of thing. And that's where the preventative helps with that 95%
Why do you
sexual
think
abuse being preventative.
Why do you think that kids that are good kids that wouldn't be doing this in real life feel like it's safe through a device? They're more tempted to do this with a device than in real life.
I think it's because they don't put the fact that there's like a real person behind that screen, and it feels secret. It feels like nobody's gonna know, nobody's gonna find out. But we have to remember, like, nothing's ever private online, and teach that to our children. And I think it's just easier for them to not in person. If somebody were right there standing in front of them, they'd be less likely to do it.
Their impulse control really can't
Right.
be controlled at this age. It's really hard. Well, thank you so much for being here,
Thanks for
Katie,
having
and
me.
giving us these tools to help make difficult conversations a lot more easier. Still awkward sometimes, but a lot more easier. Next up, we have a special guest. Lisa Wilson's going to be joining us live on stage.
Black Friday starts now. Get the world's safest phones for kids free. We're talking watches that are phones, phones that are made for kids, and premium phones that are safe. With unlimited talk and text, kid-safe apps, GPS tracking, and safe zones, they'll stay safely connected. And because there's no internet, social media, or unsafe apps, you'll have peace of mind. It's the perfect holiday gift you and your kid will love. Get your free kid-safe phone at gab.com. Seriously, this is the perfect gift for you and your kids. Am I right? I'm so right.
I just get to be here right now. I love Lisa Wilson, and I get to sit down with her. Now, Lisa, you're always such a light to be around. You're fun, you're energetic, but what I love about you is that you can lay down the law. You can lay down the law when you need to. Tell us about the Mean Moms Club and what it is and why more moms need to join.
All right, so just kind of a little background on us, a little bit. My husband and I, Mike, we have 6 amazing kids. I mean, I was like ready to start writing mom books. I was like, I've got this figured out. Like, I like know how to mom, right? And we have 6, 4 of them were pre-tech. And then those last 2 little babies got caught up in this tech whirlwind. And unfortunately, I was that mom that handed my baby at 2 an iPad. And I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah,
Like
babysitter.
I have a
What?
babysitter. I'm getting so much done. I'm flying over the country and I'm going to football games and I'm doing all this stuff. And February this year, I found out my daughter has been groomed for over 9 months by a grown man. And I was like, how did this happen to me? Like, how did this happen to my family? Like, I am the perfect mother.
I've done everything right.
Everything right. I'd shown her the videos. Baby, don't talk to men. Mom, and I warned her and I told her all the things. And I just didn't think it would happen to my kid because I raised her different. And so one day I was getting ready and I did not want to share it. I was horrified. I was like, I got to go offline. I have no right telling people how to be a mother. And I went out and I propped the phone up. And I was like, if somebody had just warned me, if somebody had told me this was happening, if somebody had told me these horrible dangers are out there, I could have prevented this from happening. And I need to save other people and their children. So I propped it up and I did a mom brain dump. And it ended up a little longer than I thought it would. I literally never rewatched it. I hit send. And in that video, I challenged mothers to take their job back. I said, look, God gave us to these beautiful children to teach them and to raise them into beautiful, amazing people. And we are failing horribly at our job because this tech world took us over and they basically took our job over, right? And so it wasn't even anything that I'm gonna go tell these moms to be mean moms. It literally was like, it came out of my mouth in that moment. And it came from, imagining my daughter as I was no longer gonna let them have apps saying, you're so mean, you're the meanest mom, you don't let me, everybody else has them. And that's where it came from. And so I just said, be a mean mom, be a mean mom. You need to be empowered to be a freaking parent. It's time, you guys, stop being bullied by your children. And I think that's what bothers me is that we're in this day and age where we're doing TikTok dances with our children, not realizing the dangers that are hidden in that dark world in there. And that's where she met him on Roblox, and then he took her to TikTok. And here these parents are like, doing these little dance stumps. You have no idea.
Yeah.
I checked her account too.
Yeah.
She was just doing dances. But then he was teaching her to do other things. And so they can go listen to the full video when it was released on my Instagram. But I think the one thing that I do want parents to realize that was like mind-blowing to me, we think that our children want us to be cool and they want us to let them do whatever they want. In reality, the reason these children are being groomed is because they want boundaries. They crave somebody to control them. They want, because that means we love them, right? When we control them and we say, no, you are not doing that because I love you that much that I am not gonna let you ruin your life. And when we're just like, here, go, do whatever you want. You know, you're free to just live whatever life you think. Then they find somebody that will control them. That's ultimately what these groomers do, is they control them and tell them where to be and how to act, and they start telling them how to change their appearance, and they start telling them how to dress and how to pull away from their family because they're craving that.
They're craving
They're
someone.
craving somebody to tell them what to do because it means they care.
Yeah, and
right?
we think being loving and accepting whatever they want to do and supporting that.
Right.
But really what we're doing is just setting them up for someone else to do it.
They're letting someone else be their parent,
Wow.
basically.
Wow. That's so much. I
that's
think
where
we need to
Mom's
join
Club
this.
came from.
I
Yeah.
love that. And I
Yeah.
think we all need to do that. It's okay to be the bad guy because I'd rather do it because I love you so much.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
let's jump topics a little bit now.
Yeah.
We're still talking the cyber world. Sometimes we can't avoid our kids having an online presence. Let's talk about Zach for a second. Your son, Zach Wilson, professional football player. I'm sure he gets, just by being even if he didn't have social media, he's getting a lot of love online, a lot of hate online, depending how he does in a game. I mean, it could switch so quickly. How do you, I mean, we think it's hard as a mom to help our kids navigate middle school with people having opinions and thinking they know them.
Yeah.
How have you done that?
Well,
have you? Have you been able to? It's hard.
This is going to be shocking for people. Zach had an Instagram and a Twitter when he was in high school because he was trying to get recruited. And as soon as he got to BYU and he realized, even watching how it affected other players, how damaging it can be emotionally and like to their mental state, their confidence, it can destroy an athlete by listening to these absolutely faceless, nameless people that we don't even care about, but them throwing their 2 cents can destroy them. So Zach actually has no social media, which people are like, how on earth? He hates all social media. And so even in the NFL, he has an Instagram, he has a Twitter, but he has marketing people that run them.
Oh, nice.
And so he's had a coach before to call him in and say, Zach, how are you doing handling all this stuff people are saying? And he's like, Coach, I didn't know.
He's like, what are they saying?
They were, until you said that. Thanks a lot, Coach. And I do want to kind of add this in the end because I know there's so many parents that are in the dark. After I posted that video and I had thousands of parents writing me, some were going through the same nightmare. Tons found their child, what was happening when they saw the video.
They weren't aware.
And then there's the parents that are writing going, oh, my kid's not talking to an adult. So good here, Lisa, thank you. Zach saved my daughter's life. Zach came home from his season, in the off season. And like I said, we are very firm parents. We expected really good grades. We expected 110% everything they did. And Zach got home and he observed her, Sophie, and he said, Mom, what is wrong with her? We never see her. She's always in her room. She's got horrible grades. He's like, she dresses terrible. She's not taking care of herself. First thing he did is he took her phone, he stripped the whole phone, and he actually put a cover on it that said, keep calm and do your homework. Dad, Zach. And he said, Mom, get her off of those social platforms. And that's how I found it. She started stealing my computer. And if Zach hadn't done that, I have no idea where we'd be today because it all follows this very devastating process with every child. And so I guess my message to people out there would be, if there's a parent that's just refusing to see it, if you're an aunt, if you're an uncle, if you're a friend, if you're a grandma, I have so many grandmas that write me, it's okay, I think, to step in and say, I'm worried about your child. I love them so much and I can see this, and maybe send them some information that may open their eyes a little bit.
You can overstep your bounds. You
think.
love those kids.
You know, to save these babies.
Yeah, everyone,
it.
it takes a village. That's
That's right.
incredible.
That's
Lisa,
right.
thank you. Thank
So
you
good
for
to see
coming
you.
and sharing this.
So
So good to see you
again.
and get to be with you here today.
Thank you.
In the next session, we get to hear from Kellie Henry, and she's giving us tips on creating healthy tech habits.
Hello, my name is Kellie Henry, and I am a mom to 4 kids, and I'm married to Dan Henry, and my husband and I have a following on Instagram and TikTok. We are known as the O.Henrys. We have family-friendly content. We like to get our kids involved We kind of started up in COVID and have just had a good time with it. We're passionate about being examples to our children and teaching them that there can be family-friendly, safe content out there in this scary world. Since I was a young mom, I've been terrified on how am I going to raise my kids in this world full of technology? It's just so different from what we were raised in, when if I was having a bad day at school, I could come home and disconnect and have a safe haven, where now these kids come home and they see everything that they weren't invited to. They have to deal with cyberbullying and filters and mean comments. Since they were young, I have been reading and researching, going to parenting classes and seminars on this exact subject. So many of the amazing speakers at the summit, I've read their books, I know who they are, I follow them, and they have taught me so much. So when it was time for our oldest to get a phone as she was going into junior high, it was a no-brainer for my husband and I that we were going to get her a Gab wireless phone. After a couple months, we realized that we loved it so much and it checked all the boxes for both the parent and the kid. So I actually reached out to Gab and was like, can I please be an affiliate for you? Because I love what you're doing and I'm very passionate about this subject. So today I'm just going to share a few tips that have worked for our family on how to create some healthy habits with technology and finding a balance in keeping family connection and dealing with our real life versus our online life. The first tip is to have a family conversation about technology and what the rules and the game plan for your family are going to be. Both my husband and I played college sports. We both coach. We're a sports family, so we like to make it kind of a team building thing where the kids realize that we are all together as one team working with this problem. It's not parent versus kid. So this is a really good opportunity for your kids to feel heard, to feel valued, and to feel loved and seen on the subject, instead of us parents just trying to control them. And as parents, we need to be examples and we need to listen. When my kids were little, they were like, we want a phone. And I was, very much like, no, that's not gonna happen. And one of them said, I'm just gonna ask Santa for a phone. And in my mind, it was a light bulb moment. And I then understood that my child thought, maybe I didn't want them to have a phone because of the cost, where really there was so many other things in my mind as a parent that were the reasonings behind them not getting a phone. And so I hadn't spoken to them and had a conversation about that. Us as parents need to have conversations about what our kids are currently into with their apps, their video games. We need to know everything that's going on and we need to be intentional. We need to work at it every single day, and it is hard. But if our kids are wanting an app, we need to learn about that app. We need to understand it. We need to have a conversation about each app, each video game that's going to be coming into our home, so that we can make sure that it's a right fit for our family. And every family conversation is going to be different. Once my daughter, she is in junior high, has a Gab phone, and her friends had Marco Polo. And she knew that I had it on my phone and that I used it every day. And she was wondering if she could give her friends my phone number. And so she could talk to them through my phone with Marco Polo. And in my mind, I was like, okay, this could be a good compromise. So we tried it out, and quickly I realized that even though I use this app every single day, there was so much that I did not know. On the bottom of the app, there's this thing called Seconds, which turns into like stories, which turns into social media. There's this Sharecast that people can put on theirs. They were making group Marco Polos, and the whole feeling left out, and them just being together and being like, hey, we're hanging out, when my daughter wasn't invited. All of these things started coming up. And so we were able to have these conversations of, how does this make you feel? And it was a really big learning experience for us as a parent and a child to have to work through this app that I thought was going to be completely safe and fine. She called me one day to come pick her up from her friend's house. And when she got in the car, I was like, how was it? And she goes, it wasn't fun. They were all just sitting there on the couch, on their phones, Marco Poloing. And for my daughter to realize this at a young age, I loved that she was able to see it on her own and have her own light bulb moment, to where she understands that there is definitely healthy habits and not healthy habits. And it kind of helped her understand, okay, these rules that my parents are having aren't so bad. Tip number 2 is having a family charging station. It doesn't need to be cute and fancy. It needs to be an outlet in a designated spot in your home that your family has decided is the best place to plug in at night. It's really important for our kids to get a good night's sleep. We all know this. And it has been proven that kids who have their phones in their rooms at night get less sleep. Let's help them create these healthy habits as they're growing into adults, that they can learn how to self-soothe themselves to go to sleep without that distraction. One way it can create family connection, we've noticed in our family, is when it's time for bed, we gather everybody to the charging station. Okay, everybody, it's time to plug in for the night. So everybody brings their devices, plugs them in, and we kind of gather there. We say our family prayer, and then we can do tuck-in time and get everybody to bed without distractions. And we know kids don't like to go to bed, so that's a great time for them to usually start talking to us and opening up as we're putting them to bed. Tip number 3 is having family dinners together screen-free. There have been a lot of studies showing how important it is for our children to have family dinners together. Kids who have family dinners with their family regularly have more confidence, they have a better connection with their parents, and they also have better eating habits and are healthier overall. But studies have also shown that in America, family dinners have dropped 33% in the last few years. People just aren't getting together as much. It's busy. It's so hard to get your family together with all the different schedules, and it doesn't have to be every night. But us as parents need to be examples and try to make it a priority in our home. In our home, we do the highs and lows. You've probably heard of it, but we go around the table and each person says their high point of the day, the best part of their day, and their lowest part of the day. Us as a family, we get to be in a judgment-free zone and see everybody at their best and their worst. And we're connected that way, and they know that it's a safe place as they grow up. Tip number 4 is taking screen and social media breaks. It can be overwhelming for our mental health, all this technology at our fingertips. It is so good in so many ways, but we need to be able to recognize when it's not making us feel our best and be able to take a break. Us as parents, we can be that example to our kids, and then we can help guide them in doing the same thing. My husband and I are creators, and there's a lot of pressure to show up every day, to post every day. And we have found for our family that that is just too much. And we frequently take breaks because our family is more important. Hide the app, delete the app on your phone. Have a family screen-free day. In the winter in Utah, it's a lot harder for my family to regulate our screen time. Some days I just have to tell the kids, okay, when you come home from school today, it's gonna be a screen-free day. Yes, it's a lot more work for me as their mom. I have to help plan. I have to help guide them. My house gets a lot more messy if they're building forts and baking cookies than just sitting on their video games all day. But it is a great way to teach them to recognize in their own bodies and their own mind when the screens have gotten too much, and that it's healthy and okay to take a break. So us setting the example but vocalizing it with our kids and doing it together as a family creates that wonderful connection that we need in our real life. Tip number 5 is having family screen nights. That's like opposite of everything I've been talking about. We hear of family movie nights, and that can be what you're doing on the screen. What about family video game nights? What are your kids into? My kids love Fortnite. Their faces light up when their dad plays Fortnite with them. We've played VR together as a family and casted it on the screen. Our daughters would like to learn a dance, a TikTok dance that we could do together as a family. It creates that family connection. Now, this isn't a family screen night every night, but having these sporadically just mean the world to the kids. And it's so nice as parents to not be nagging them constantly about their screens, but embracing them. Finding that balance is the key to our families. We want our kids as parents to know that they are the most important thing in our life. Way more important than anything on our phones, anything on our iPads. They are our world. Let's be the examples and help teach them healthy habits, healthy connections, how to manage online life and real relationships.
Okay, now we get to sit down with Kellie Henry right here, who we just got to hear from. She is a content creator and a mother of 4. And I love having you up here talking about you as a content creator, because I follow you. I see that your kids are in your videos, so you're kind of on the other side of the screen than we are. We're talking about screen time with our kids, how to manage what they're watching. But you've got a whole different level where you're how to manage what they're putting out there, what they're doing, how much time you're spending doing that. How have you kind of balanced that out?
Well, our kids don't have any socials on their own. It's like a family affair. So it's been a balancing act of how much we do it. We take breaks when it's not feeling right. And I don't want them to see comments. I don't want them to see, like, people are so mean.
People are so mean. You get them behind a phone and they are free to every opinion they would never say in real life. Yeah.
And I feel like the generation coming up, like, people, what do you want to be when you grow up? People are like, YouTube creator. I want to be influencer. Like,
yeah.
You know, that's kind of what their goals are on that. And they don't understand that there's a flip side to this of people are trolls on there and they're behind these keyboards and they're just like so mean about, they'll pick you apart. I mean, you know, you've experienced probably with people just being rude and picking you apart and you're like, I don't even know you.
But I believe everything you're telling me. That's how I feel. I feel like you'll get lots of nice comments and you get one rude one and that's the only honest person on there. You feel like you're like, they know what's going on. What would your advice be to even your own children if they're saying, okay, I've seen how we've been successful with this. I really enjoy doing this and putting good things out there. This is what I want to be when I grow up. What would you say they need to do?
Get thick skin. Obviously start later. I mean, my oldest is in junior high right now. She doesn't have she has a Gab phone. Go Gab. Mm-hmm. But she, you know, it's hard enough being a junior high girl. Like, girls are mean enough already. And so having those, opening that up to other people that you don't know to just come at you, I would just say, if that's what you want to do, I'll support you with that down the road. I think our brains, you know, we have that conversation with our kids, like their brains aren't fully developed yet. And I struggle as a 36-year-old woman sometimes on my own social media where I have to take a break because it's hard on me and my brain is fully developed. So, you know, obviously I want to support my kids and be there for them, but timing and just understanding and having that conversation as they go.
Yeah, that's incredible. Okay, we're at the end of the summit. We've gone through all of these amazing sessions. What's the main takeaway you learned?
Oh, everybody did so good. I loved it so much, but I feel like the biggest thing that everybody said is just consistency and being intentional. And I feel like as parents, that is really hard. Parenting, gentle parenting, however you're doing your parenting, it takes work as a parent, and it takes intention. And some days we mess up. Like, I loved hearing all these amazing people be like, I make mistakes too. And it makes me feel better.
you can move on from that.
We all have mom guilt. We all have those moments where we feel that way. And so being able to, you know, tomorrow I'll do better. Let's reset. I'll be intentional and just being consistent, but giving yourself some grace and apologizing to your kids and just going forward. I mean, we all have a burnt pancake in our house, I realize.
At least one. At least one. Thank you so much, Kellie, for being here today. I'm so grateful that we have these tools and we've learned such incredible things at today's event so that we can go out and do better tomorrow. Okay, we are going to announce the winner of the giveaway, and I'm going to hand it over to you and let you do that.
The winner is Janae.
Janae, congratulations. You have won a free Gab device and 6 months of free service. We are going to reach out to you via the chat so we can get your information out there. Okay, we've come to the end, but we have so much incredible content for you on the At Demand stage. So make sure that you go to the On Demand stage and check out all of that great content as well. And if you've loved these sessions, you want to share them, you can. People can even still register. If you think, oh, I need to let my sister know about this, she would learn so much. send her the link. She can still access the event, register, and have the content for the next 10 days. Also, if you are wanting to go back and re-listen to things, take more notes, you totally can do that. All the sessions will be up and available on IamMomSummit.com until November 20th. Before we go, we want to give you a special Gab offer, and you can get it by clicking the link above. We can't wait until the next event and want to remind you that the Family Is Awards will be on February 24th. So go and nominate your favorite family-friendly content creator. You can click the link on your screen to nominate as well. Thanks for joining us. Goodbye.
You're like, we're never gonna do it. I'm like, goodbye. Yeah. You're like, I'm out. I'm like drop. I know, that's what I said.
You